We're good to go.
Okay.
Bridge has been broken for about 2.5 years.
This is a call to order of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. It is July the 12th at 8:50. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for protest hearings.
We have accountant.
Yeah, it's gonna, first one will be Mojave. Mojave, okay. Middle of page 2. Mojave, middle of page 2. Yes.
She did, could have been one of those back in time things. Post some of those pictures. First time. Years we missed it. Yeah, that must have been.
It's a big coffee cup that's not filled up to the top.
Oh, that's good Lord.
I know. I've only filled it a third of the way.
We welcome the meeting to Reggie.
Ready?
I need to run off a couple more affidavits real quick because it sounds like Mr. White, who's with Rockford Terminals, may be coming in to testify for both of us. So. More of these.
Suppose that says there's litigation.
He was saying
over
he just wants to take up the
something
Hasn't
that's
been
on.
here 24 hours. Wouldn't you?
It's almost, that's my secret.
So fresh. What's Cindy? Cindy. What's she got a phone call? I never got it. I never got it.
Is Scotty better?
Almost. He's gonna take one more day. I don't know. Yes.
I was better on Wednesday though.
So, okay, we have a third chair there. I think there's gonna be 3 people. Would you like me to put one person over
No.
there? Just
No.
leave it like this?
We'll just close the door, we'll move that chair to this side, and we'll let him go.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Bringing him in. This will be Robert Taylor. I haven't given you the case number. Do you need it?
Yes,
It's case 2129.
2129. So we were able to move it to the left then. Good.
This blocked off a little bit. I mean,
Yeah, good. It's all right.
it's if you stay back, it's
Should have
okay.
been here.
The right side of the screen's a little bit
Thursday.
dark.
Is that when it was?
It's not realized.
Oh, that was Wednesday. Well, Tuesday's when it started.
Yeah.
But Wednesdays.
Wednesday's when y'all left.
Noon on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah, it was.
Water was coming up fast.
Wednesday's when y'all left.
That was a mess.
And you're telling me.
What'd you say? Going for
That's
nothing?
why you get the big bucks.
Scott was over here drudging it with me in his good shoes, and I just so happened to bring rubber boots that day.
Crocs on.
Oh, he had Crocs on, that's right. Yeah. And we fought the good fight until what, 4 or 5, and
Yeah.
we finally got enough rain settled out.
So what you do, put sandbags up or something?
No, we were doing the shop vac, the wet vac. We were dumping it in the sink, and
But when it's just coming in?
it was just coming in as fast as we could do it.
Yeah.
But we
Because it
called
was coming
certain.
in 360 degrees was the problem. It's coming in every,
There was
under
water.
every
There was
sill.
water
Oh, it had to
through
be
there.
there.
oh, there's water here, there's water here.
Yeah.
We were getting most of it out, most of it was up front with a broom was the best thing, a push broom, because we could push out like 10 gallons at a time, 20 gallons at a
How are
time.
you doing, folks? Come on in. Come on in. Yeah. How are you doing? Yeah, good, good. How's it going, guys? Come on in. Go ahead and close that up. Mr. White, I'm gonna have you sit, well,
I can sit wherever you want.
yeah, just 2 of y'all there and then 1 of y'all here.
Here,
Yeah, sure. Obviously, excuse our mess. We had a flooding event. My name is Mike Soto. I think I've met some of y'all before. I represent the district. Jason Driscoll is our P&A representative, and this is the board that's going to be hearing your case. Okay? I turn it over to Chairman Powers.
Okay, we have some administrative that we need to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. Just bear with me. I'll have some questions near the end. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-2129, account 8822660. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, Q2, and then Q5 other, and it looks like from the protest form, litigation pending regarding annexation. Is that what? Yes. Okay.
With the appraisal review board, we'll be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Just check, all your evidence has been turned in, right? ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Daddy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Yes. No, I, Robert D. Taylor III, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Michael Taylor, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, Matthew White, solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you. Gentlemen.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
My name is Jason Driscoll. I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you. I am obligated to ask if anybody has an appraiser's license. No, okay. There is a sheet of paper on your desk that shows the procedure that will follow throughout the hearing with the various times on it. You get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first.
I think we prefer to let the district go first.
Okay. Jason, anything to do?
Point of order, we do have a procedure timeline. If we were to, I'm just saying, if it's a complex situation, may not hold true, is all I'm saying. It may be more complex than just the time allotted. That's it. But you can go ahead and start the clock and we'll see where we go.
We'll run the clock and see where it goes, but, I mean, we need to be fair to everybody. There's
Yeah.
other people queued up out here.
Got you.
Okay, you,
You want to pull the photometry imagery, but other than that, just,
go ahead.
Okay, my name is Jason Driscoll. I'm with the appraisal firm Pritchard and Abbott. We represent the Aransas County Appraisal District for the valuation of industrial property. And this particular piece of property is a large tract that is located off of Old Highway 35, going back towards Aransas Pass. The tract is 353.92 acres. The current appraised value is $13,787,040. The value is currently based upon a sale that has taken place on an adjacent property for Rockport Terminals. We do not have the verified sales information on the Rockport Terminal sales. But because of the current use of the property and the way that the property is currently laid out, we have gone through and we've made adjustments to the values for Mojave to where we've gone through and taken 50% adjustments for the basically what the uses of the property in terms of waterfront, undeveloped land, and wetlands. So we currently have the property appraised at $38,955 per acre. So we would like to request that the appraisal review board sustain the value at the appraised $13,787,040.
Could you point out, I assume it's that big lot that has waterway complex?
Yes, ma'am. It's the two tracks that are across. It's two pieces. It's basically this account. Zoom back out. It's this portion and this portion. So these two tracks together.
And the other little piece next door, is that part of the other?
yeah, to the south.
This?
Yeah.
This is, yes, ma'am. This is all their acreage.
And the property sold is where?
The property that's sold is going to be this piece right here. And this piece right here. For this track.
It's not water.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yes, it's on the water.
No, I mean, the sale that you're talking about is.
Both.
It is waterfront.
There's waterfront, yes, ma'am. It's right here.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
It's right in here.
I'm assuming that's the old carbon black.
Yes, it is.
Okay. The one that's sold,
Yes.
carbon black.
Anything else?
Yes, for the record, that we don't have the sale price of the carbon black, but we do have a listing at 17 million. So we know that recently transacted at something less than 17. We think it's close to 17. We don't have that number. But what we do want to say is that we took into account the acreage to the rear, which is on the left side of or the west side of 35. We also took into account, or from my conversations with Jason, that that there's a large, there is a portion of the stuff to the east of 35 that is wetland in nature, and that was adjusted and accounted for by Pritchard and Abbott's methodologies. And so, really, at the end of the day, you have the one to the south has much more waterfront capability, but it's also diminished by its wetlands. So you have to give it and take that's there. The one to the north, you have, that little port thing to the north, which is the sale of the property adjacent to the north. So in your documentation that you have in front of you, you can see the sales of other properties that are industrial in nature. If the ARB or agent's representative wants to ask questions about that, we'd be happy to answer some of those questions. But these are some of the sales that were presented as evidence of other industrial type properties. Is that correct?
That is correct. Pritchard Abbott is contracted with the San Patricio County Appraisal District, and because of the few industrial properties that Aransas County has, we actually went outside the boundaries of Aransas County to look for recent industrial property sales. And so the most recent property sales that we found were actually in San Patricio County, down along Ingleside, and then also in Aransas Pass. And we have the Subsea 7 property, which sold in 2017. Sales price was $16 million. We have Berry GP, which is the old Gulf Marine North Yard and Aransas Pass. It sold for $28 million. And then the South Texas Gateway Terminal, it sold in 2018, and that was the Gulf Marine South Yard down on Ingleside. And then it shows what the values per acres are over to the right. In regards to the value, there's just one thing that we want to address on the Berry GP.
You'll have more time to speak later.
Oh, okay, all right, that timer went off. So now you have 2 minutes for cross-examination, to ask them questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, so begin with, Mr. Driscoll. I'm gonna have to yell across the room to you, sir. First off, can I ask you a question? How are y'all compensated?
We're under contract.
I mean, is it per property or is it?
No, sir. Yeah, it is on a per property basis.
Okay, and then how is that determination made?
We determine it within our scope within Pritchard Abbott.
So you determine what you get paid for each one of these?
No, sir, we do not.
How's it set up?
Set up through a contract basis of all industrial property. Well, on the other side.
Okay, well, you're based on industrial property?
Well, no, there's
mineral,
there's industrial, there's utility, and there's personal property
Right.
within the contract.
What I'm asking for is, as far as this property goes, Mojave property, how is it based?
It was based there's many industrial properties for which the Pritchard Abbott is contracted for. They also have mineral, they also have utility, and all of that is based in the contract that they say that they're able to actually.
So it's not a flat rate for all the different properties. It's got to be, it's different for each property.
No, it's a flat fee based,
It's
on
a flat
annual
contract.
contract fee.
Yeah.
For all multiple properties.
Okay, so you pay the same for each one of the industrial properties you cover. Is there any kind of bonus or success fees in that?
No, not at all.
With regard to what you testified to, and I don't have a lot of time, you said you only research comps that are industrial.
Yes.
Are you aware that right now there's litigation pending on this property from the annexation from Aransas Pass?
We are aware of that. Thank you.
I'm asking, okay, do I get one witness or both?
Both.
Well, you get both, but I
Okay,
mean,
so I'm asking a panel then. You're aware of it?
yes,
Are
we
you
are
aware that that area has been zoned agricultural?
No,
Let me ask you then, as far as with regard to the zoning of agricultural, that would mean by definition, you cannot put industrial activity on that property, correct?
if first of all, in answer to your first question, we are aware that there's current litigation for that entire area for City of Aransas Pass,
Yes.
as far as a rezoning and the way that they did it. Whenever that
No,
comes,
it's not over rezoning, it's over annexation.
yes, sir, you are correct. Annexation in the way that they did it. There are claims that indicate that they did it in an improper way, and that's why there's litigation. Whatever comes to pass through the courts is whatever will reflect in the record.
Folks, I would like to have more time now because you did not answer the question I asked.
I did answer the question
No,
you
the
asked.
question I asked is whether you know, it's currently annexed, correct?
It's currently
And you're
under
upholding,
annex.
you're upholding that annexation, correct?
It's a matter of record through the City of Aransas Pass.
But you're upholding that annexation. If the City of Aransas Pass has zoned that as agricultural, then you cannot use it for industrial, correct?
No, I don't know anything about the zoning agricultural. Is Is it an agricultural property prior to?
Doesn't matter. You can't use it for, if it's zoned agriculture, you cannot use.
They don't get, the zoning is, as far as the zoning for application for a 1D1, that lies in the purview for an application in with the chief appraiser of each individual county. So you're trying, I don't know what you're
I'm
assessing.
gonna show you when we present our case. You said the city can't zone within inside the city limits.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying, I'm saying that they're not making the call for a 1D1
Are you aware,
agriculture application.
are you aware that you sent the letter to me, Mr. Soto, that says you're gonna follow what the city did? Now,
Are you with the city, as far as annexation, whatever they annexed is what they annexed. You're saying, you know, we are in
if this property is annexed, as
Okay.
it stands right now, it's currently under litigation. If this property is annexed, would you agree that the city has the right to zone it?
the city has the right to do whatever they want to do.
If it's zoned agricultural by the city, would you agree it can be used for industrial development?
I don't know, I haven't looked at those documents,
Would that change the value of the property?
not to my opinion.
You don't think that limiting a property to use only for agricultural purposes
I think,
doesn't change the value of the property?
okay, so the argument would be, so in your bundle of rights is associated with your ability to do whatever you wanted to do with the property, you're saying your limitation would be the ability of a city to zone a property. But it's currently under a litigation in which it would be annexed.
Right, but in your letter that you sent to us prior to this hearing, when we brought this to your attention, you indicated that as it stands right now, the property is annexed,
It's
awaiting the court's opinion, and
That is correct.
you're gonna follow the annexation, correct?
I'm going to follow whatever is a matter of record for annexation.
Okay, let me ask you this, in 2020, you had this property evaluated at approximately $2.8 million, is that correct?
Whatever, if you say so, I can
I'll put it
check.
up in a minute.
Okay,
I'm gonna say that you did that, and now we've had a property valuation of, what, 13 million?
that's the matter of record.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's,
sir.
that, you realize that's an 800% increase in the property value.
Thank you for that math.
Is that correct?
I thank you for that
Do
math.
you agree with that number?
It's 13 million, it was 2 point something. Yes.
And with that 800% increase in valuation, are you aware of anything that's changed in that property in the last year, except for the fact that it's now under the, inside the city limits of the city of Aransas, Mass?
Yeah, I think that annexation procedure started a couple of years ago.
Okay, so it wasn't even, that hadn't even changed. Are you aware of anything else that's changed?
Not to my knowledge.
So why would you increase the value 800% in the course of a year?
It has to do with the market value reaction to an industrial property. And we saw an adjacent property on the market at that time. And then we looked at the like and kindness of the subject property in question.
So you're saying that, but then you got these, and by the way, the list that y'all handed me this morning is not the same one you gave to me in the evidence package. You didn't identify these properties all to me, but in your columns that y'all got on here, these are all from 2017 and 18, correct?
Correct.
So those valuations have been around for at least 3 or 4 years.
Right.
But you still had the value where it was, correct? Up to last year.
Last year's value was what you indicated, the 2 point whatever.
And you also, I noticed there's several of these that are listings. Those aren't hard values, are they?
The Mojave property, which is the one that basically, the one that's being heard right now, was on the market for $24.8 million that was taken off the market. And then the Marshall Landing RV Resort, that's the only one that was listing at 4.7.
And you both agree that Mojave doesn't have any development on it, correct?
Mojave has things.
There. You pulled that aerial back up. No, in terms of development and for real improvements, no.
And there's no timber,
Not to my knowledge, not to my knowledge.
no agriculture.
It does not currently have a 1D1 agriculture exemption system.
Okay.
I mean, I could look at the property card, but I believe that's the case.
Okay, so, but anyway, if it's not, let me just finish this, I know the beaver's going on. If it's not industrial, if it's agricultural, then if you hold industrial comps, you're comparing the wrong things, correct? Is that correct?
No, it's not correct. We'll pull up
Okay.
we'll pull up you asked a question, I answered a
Yes,
question.
sir. And I asked you, y'all testified earlier, you're under oath.
You are as well, sir. You are as well, sir.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
I'm not testifying right now, man. The point I'm trying to get at is, sir, y'all testified less than in y'all's presentation that you compared industrial comps.
Right.
Now you're saying it's the same as an agricultural comp.
No, we didn't say it's the same as
I just asked you.
Okay, all right. Let's cut it off there.
Sir, you're asking a question saying I didn't answer, and I answered a question.
So the district has 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
In the cross-examination time, if you pull up the
We
industrial property.
haven't presented our case yet.
Well, you
went
went
cross-
for time management then. And I gave you 7 minutes and I stopped the clock for more than a
That was
minute there.
cross-examination, they went over their.
Well, no,
time, and
I gave you
thought
7
additional
minutes on the
time. You
timer
didn't tell me
there.
that.
Sorry, I mean,
They didn't go over their time, we stopped them.
yeah, we stopped them after,
I thought they went over, I heard it being.
and I stopped yours for more than a minute along the way. All right, so, we said it, 4 minutes.
So this is the cross and rebuttal time.
Yep, together.
If you'll pull up Thomas for imagery.
You do have, on the Mojave property, you do have, storage tanks, and you also do have bulkhead, right?
That's not correct.
Well, that's not.
That's the property to the south.
Okay, who's, are you representing Mojave?
He's on Lizar's here on our behalf, yeah.
I just wondered who that is. Can you pull up the Thomas, please? So zoom out one time, please. Okay. So these are industrial tanks, is that?
One's to the south,
I'm sorry.
tank shop. We're not on that property.
What about this deep one, this canal?
It's not me now.
Huh?
It's WBH.
To our knowledge, this is the subject property parcel. Yeah, to our knowledge, this is the subject property parcel. And it has tanks on it.
That's not on the property.
You have a survey of your property there?
I don't have one.
It's not correct.
There's like a chain link fence or whatnot. that runs
in a couple of minutes.
It's mapped around here. This one's just, it's mapped weird on here, but this one's just. One of the tanks on it is
There
WBH.
they are, there.
So you're saying that this from here,
See that, yeah, that part right there is,
It's WBH.
yeah, see where it's now.
okay. So what the subject property owner and owner's agent is indicating that this line is where it cuts off. It's not this industrial thing here.
Right, it's, yeah, that lake is.
Okay.
And there's a fence that runs all the way down to the road.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'd like to bring your attention to, okay, if it's not commercial in nature, by their testimony, this is where the line is. I'll bring your attention to the concrete sheet, and I want you to look at that landing. Now, the economy of size is definitely different, but I want you to look at that landing. It's called like a little RV park landing. Marshall's Landing. And which one is that one, Jason? Which one, that listing?
That's the very last one.
So that's at Marshall's Landing. It's on the market for 4.7, and it's only got 4 acres of waterfront. So it's over $1 million an acre. That's silly. That's stupid. Everybody agrees. Everybody in the room agrees that that's stupid. What you have here in this property is you have an account that has, you can pull up the pictometry again. What you have here is, zoom out one time. How much time do I have?
10 seconds. 6 seconds.
What you have here is a large tract compared to a small tract. They're both allocated and one has wetlands. Would you like the light on, sir?
No, you can leave it on.
Okay, so now you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and I can do both. Just for both, okay. First off, I need to ask, what at this point, you can't say what the value of the property is, can you?
No, not if it's.
Can you say, would that impact it lower or higher?
Have to be lower.
Okay, would that have happened, would the value be somewhere below what the previous tax value was in 2020, correct? Would you put exhibit 1 up, please? I'm gonna have to move these very quickly, y'all. Exhibit 1, please.
Stop the time until you can get them.
Okay, exhibit 1, the property, at the top, the properties we're talking about are up here. You can see it's noted AG. Would you put exhibit 3 up, please? This is the Aransas fast zoning thing that talks about what the property can be used for. It says specifically it can only be used for farming, ranching, and gardening activities. This is what Aransas passes is permitting on that property. It's within the city limits. I can tell y'all all there's two lawsuits currently pending over the annexation. One brought by the state of Texas saying they didn't do it right. However, since we're here, they're annexed. We're annexed right now. You put up exhibit number 4, please.
This is exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4. Okay, I'm sorry. You notice here, it talks about ag timber use value. There's no timber on the property. There's no agriculture on the property. It's also noted here it's 0. Exhibit 5, I'm gonna leave it off. I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's the same document that shows the previous values by the county for the last however many years, all below about 2.8 billion. There it is. Okay. Exhibit 8 and 9 these are 2 other properties in this area that are currently on the market. The Fort Bay Ranch and 9 is the Sweatman Ranch. Both of them have similar qualities and are agricultural use. Those all are valued at about 3,000 acres at the bottom of the exhibit. And then also the final things are 10 and 11 are Texas American Society of Farm Managers and Appraisers, and the USDA both, their reports for both of them put agricultural value for land at about 3,000 an acre. So what we're saying here, that these are all documents, we're saying that the values are just off. All right, Mike, you got 1 minute to close.
In closing, what I would say, if you look at your summary page, you just took an average of all of those price per acres of those sales that are in front of you. You're at $51,000 an acre. The subject is still at 38 or 38 and change. You can't get away from the fact that the thing next door sold for somewhere in the vicinity, it was listed at $17 million. And it has less waterfront than the subject property. Now, the subject property, in light of it's got wetlands, so it's diminished. It's got waterfront, but it's diminished because it's got wetlands right in front. But it does have a ton of acreage to the back. It's all contiguous. not discounting the evidence that they brought, as far as the zoning is concerned. But the argument is that this one's currently under suit. Like, there's a whole bunch of people suing in Aransas Pass to say that annexation was bad. And so therefore, they would have no zoning authority.
All right, you have 1 minute to close. Yes, really briefly, I've got three things. One, they evaluated this property as industrial, it's agricultural by zoning. We're fighting that. We agree. It would be worth a lot more money if it wasn't, but right now we can't use it for anything except for agricultural. That's the way it was on January 1. So the valuation should be based on agricultural, not industrial, which changes the valuation of this property massively. We presented evidence of what other agricultural properties were going for. That's those 2 exhibits. The second thing that we've just been revealed to today is they didn't even get the right property lines. They based their appraisals on a property line that they had a whole section at the bottom that they've added in that's not our property. I didn't see these photographs before. They're supposed to provide me that evidence. I never got it. So I didn't get this until today. And then finally, we're not able to say exactly what the value is, but it's got to be near what it was in the past, based on that evidence. All right, that's our time.
I'm not sure if this is annexed today. Not looking forward to what the courts do. It's annexed today. It's not our property.
It's January 1.
It's not what?
It's not our property. It's not Aransas County property.
Yeah, this is, this is your,
It's the city.
it's the city that's annexing, it's not the county. It's the county line, it's under your purview.
It's under our purview still, even though the city.
Yes, because the county line is a good 1.5 miles to the south. 2
Okay.
miles to the south.
Okay.
So it is a county property. The annexation in question is a city annexation.
Okay.
When did that occur?
I don't have it in front of me, but it occurred, it started the process.
August 14th, 2019.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, that whole process started a couple of years ago. And to answer your question, the attorney, the owner's representative and myself agreed that, hey, somebody's saying that they didn't do that annexation correctly, and it's under suit in general.
Okay.
Is that a fair statement, sir?
It's actually 2 lawsuits, one by the state and one by us.
There you go.
The state being brought by Aransas County, actually.
But at the present time, it is annexed.
At the present time, it has a CAP, which is a taxing unit of the city of Aransas Pass on the subject property.
Okay.
I'll take it about 60-something% of these taxes.
What if they indicated, they asked the question, they understood, what would the value be? What is that?
Well, my answer is that it would be congruent with the sale of the subject property, or the sale of the property to the north. It's under the same.
Industrial or?
I don't know in that zoning map, the one that he brought, you can look at his exhibit A and see if there's any difference. Would you like to see that? Exhibit A?
Well, he's here on behalf of Rockport Terminal. He's going to be talking to y'all about Rockport Terminals. Yeah.
Which one is the,
There is some activity on the property that we don't have any.
okay.
That's true. We have continued to stay down.
So I think Kathy wanted to know where the subject property is and where Rockport Terminals is on that map.
Well, remember we were talking about that canal?
This
is a property line somewhere in this way. This is where Hobby is and Rockport Terminal is up here.
So under that map, they're both zoned agricultural?
That's correct. What's happened is the city came in. This is all, and I didn't put that evidence up here. The city's goal is to block any kind of development in this area, any kind of industrial development. They're doing everything they can. If you listen, that's what part of this fight's about, is because it destroys our property value. In fact, it's probably the 3rd lawsuit filed for that purpose here in the next couple of weeks.
So it's sold then as ag.
So it was zoned because
It's zoned as ag now because they came in and they're trying to control it. prevent it.
Right.
Right, but the
That's the
annexation
point.
took place in
That's the point.
2019, right?
That's the point, you still have a
Yeah.
zoning as ag for the one to the north, and it's sold for
Yeah.
millions of
There's
dollars.
there's a difference there. Our property, the property to the north that they're speaking of, already has industrial use on it, so there's some grandfather clause in there. Still limited with a zoning ag zoning, still limited. But it's a little bit different from their standpoint.
The argument to the appraisal review board was that Mojave is deemed ag based upon the zoning that was done by the city of Aransas tax. When you look at those tracks together, both Mojave and Rockport terminals are zoned ag.
They're both on that green.
So if they're both zoned as ag, and the valuation that we've done is based upon the sale of Rockport terminals, which took place at the end of 2020, or excuse me, closed in March of 2021, then it doesn't matter what the use is because we have the valuation the same. The property sold deemed as ag because the city annexed the property in 2019. And the sale took place in 2020, at the end of 2020, 2021. So the use is the same, being deemed ag. And so in regards to the valuation and going and making the adjustments that we have, the use is the same.
Can I just clarify something? Texas local government code, if you're annexed, allows you to, regardless of how you're zoned, allows you to continue use as your current use, whatever those operations are. I think it's indisputable. We have slightly different operations than they do. So while sure we were zoned ag, we don't have an ag use as they would.
Actually, on use for agriculture right now, as we stand here, we can't do anything, any industrial on it. Based
And it
on,
was. When was it you listed this property?
Pardon?
When was it this property was listed? It shows.
For sale?
Yeah.
Oh, it's been for several years.
Oh.
I mean, way before, the listing price, I don't think it's changed. Maybe it came down, but the listing price has been the same because we're in hopes of winning our lawsuit and the value will go back to where we market it. Right now, we can't do anything.
What were you asking for?
Pardon?
What was the sales value when you increased it?
24. Ballpark, that's the list. Obviously, that's not gonna be the final price.
24 million?
Yes. I think that was what it was at one point. I'm not positive.
Clearly, this is not ag. This is not right. But I see there.
right, I mean, if you could develop that with all the stuff moving down, that'd be one thing, but
We're hoping the litigation ends. That it's not gonna become something else.
If the I will say that if the people that are fighting that are fighting annexation and that get it de-annexed, that role will be supplemented for the years that they were there. That's the way I understand it. It'll be supplemented, meaning that CAP will come off, that taxing unit will come off.
Yeah, but you said that they're gonna have to reimburse us if they lose the annexation.
That's what I understand.
Unless there's two different ways and it can happen one of the two different ways. It depends on how the courts rule. And right now, we're set for trial on the state case. It's set for trial August.
Yeah.
Our case is currently in front of the Corpus Christi Court of Appeals. The reason we're sitting there right now is we're waiting for the state court case to be done. So far, Aransas passed and managed to get two trial continuances. One was in November and the second one we just recently here in May. So we're hoping that this will be the magic charm and we'll get it all done. But again, we don't know, as contentious as they've been, it's been very frustrating to say the least.
I
Because
can
I think there's plenty of evidence that's going to show they've been properly annexed. And they only did it because they were changing the law to make it harder to annex, which y'all may be aware of. But they changed the law.
District is.
Yeah,
They ran in there and
Marked
annexed
in the land.
trying to grab the land and control it.
Yeah, I get, it may be hard to believe, Mr. Taylor, but I'm just like a regular citizen. I get the papers kind of when they produce them, I get you.
If the annex is removed, it would be ag land after development.
I don't want to do that.
You're not worth.
I don't want to take that zone. I don't want to do this.
It's not industrial property until that changes. They know we want it. So there's nothing. And what they have for years. Because he's been, it's foul. It's foul. Land is no use. Right. But yeah, they bring in more, they offer them. And our property becomes so good that they don't use it all. It's not what I don't think it is today. It's not as much. I don't think it's today with this. It's gonna last, you know. Right. Can't run until the issue is settled, they can't do anything. On the raise the price. What changed?
Until such time as.
Lawsuit is settled, and if they can move to industrial or not, then they would have a new setback. Yes, sir.
What was last year's value?
Scott, can you pull up last year's value?
It must be on one of the sheets.
Make it right. No, it's not.
It's, I think it's exhibit 5.
It's gonna take a minute. I have to find last year's property. It's a different property now.
Just find the account.
It's a different account.
When you say different, was it split mergers or something?
Okay, this is the roll history on this account.
Oh, okay, was it split? Val,
Yes.
was this, got a split merge late? Yeah, well, this is a split merge, so you're not able to see it as well. Go back into the
I think I've got using the previous values.
Last year,
It's so 5 from ours.
We had 2.8 plus what?
2.861710.
But is that the entirety of the account?
Exhibit 5 has a whole list of them.
Last year's value on the Ira property was 2.8 something.
Yes. That was at exhibit 5. I put up that had all
Okay.
of them, but that's, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
2.861 is what I showed. 2.861710.
And it's been around that for the last 10 years.
Yeah, 353 acres.
That was
Would have been most of last year's.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion then on case ID 2021-2129. When considering incorrect appraised market value, Q1 and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, and Q5, the fact that the annexation is under litigation. I move that we lower this year's assessed value to last year's value, which is $2,861,710.
Second? All in favor?
All right.
Done.
Thank you.
So
What do you say?
Yes,
Mr.
so
Taylor.
your hearing is next. And when we start it, I'll check on something.
I'll be glad to stay.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Well, we're gonna stay, that's the case.
You can stay as, you can authorize, well,
All to his testimony. If I need to. Can I do that or
I'll
not?
have to swear in.
yeah, he'd have to swear in, but, how do we have to swear in? I mean, they're usually,
He just becomes a witness.
Or witness. I don't know.
Unless you need to go.
No.
Which one?
Oh, okay.
Okay, this is case number 1591. I'll be right back.
2-minute break?
Yeah, that's there.
Yeah. 2-minute break.
2-minute break. I think we'll listen to some fans.
You always bring the fun stuff.
hey, guys, if y'all don't mind, just staying here.
Right here?
Yeah, please.
Got it.
We got too much time.
Mike, you don't have to have water or cups.
Yeah, I need you, water. Can I do that for you?
Yeah, if you,
Yeah.
unless you, I can do it all. So you don't
We have too many trip hazards.
No worries.
Flooding.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
That's fine.
What is the HOA going to do? I would have been. Yeah.
Yeah, change. I don't know why it wouldn't take that. Why it wouldn't do that.
Feel like I'm a little.
That's what they told us to say. We're in the middle of construction zone.
You want to file those hearings in our metric file? So this is
Yes.
the first thing.
I didn't know what it was. Oh. Yeah. Truck. No. Full coverage. Of course. We can't go wrong.
Right behind. Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1591, account 8822659. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest, Q1, incorrect appraised market value.
Q1 only.
Q1 out.
I just want to clarify, that was before I had data, not even including this testimony here, or this hearing. That was before I had data showing that we were unequally appraised to others.
No, that your protest form only marked incorrect market value.
But if I wasn't provided that data, that we were unequally compared. It still goes to
Protest
incorrect,
form.
it still goes to incorrect market
The
value. That's
protest
fine.
form trumps.
Sure, still incorrect market value.
That's all we can rule on. We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We appoint, form an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that's not been provided must be provided at this time. Everything's in, right?
That's right.
The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Matthew White, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, Robert D. Taylor, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Michael Taylor, do solemnly swear that the testimony that I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, Jason Driscoll, with the appraisal firm Richard Abbott, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board to the Aransas County Prison District is true and correct.
Would you like to go first?
I'll allow the district to present those.
Okay.
Current appraised value, this is for the Rockport Terminal's land. There was a sale on this property closed in March of this year. The current appraised value that we have appraised the property is $17,913,642. You can see where we have it broke down between commercial, waterfront, undeveloped and wetlands. The appraisal district, as well as Richard Abbott, has requested the sales documentation from Rockport Terminals in regards to deriving what the property actually sold for. We have offered to sign confidentiality agreements and for them to produce any documentation to let us know that the property is currently overvalued. They refuse to produce any kind of documentation in regards to the sale. When we've asked for the documentation, we have been told that we are not, that typically appraisers do not have the ability to go through and analyze the sales, and that we are unknowledgeable in terms of going through and arriving at market value for properties like this. Richard Abbott has been in business since 1926. This is something that we are actually hired to do as experts within the state of Texas. And we do believe that we have the expertise in order to go through and analyze the sales information. So we would like to request that the appraisal review board set the appraised market value as noted at $17,913,642. There's no documentation or evidence has been provided to us to state otherwise. Anything else? No, sir.
Yeah, there's some other things. This subject property used to be the old carbon black plant. It has a port that you can actually pull into. You can see that it's industrial in nature. Some of the things that are important for this board to consider is that there was an argument and sworn testimony from the subject property owner as a witness to the previous case that, hey, we're different. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Local government code is what he quoted of value and use and a use of some industrial value. So unlike the other one, you have a port here, you have railway in here, you have some tanks that are still in use, you have the railway and you have the land to the back. You have, and like always, the thing under protest is market value. Is the sale of the subject relevant? It's always relevant. It's always relevant. And when we get to the cross-examination, I'm going to be asking questions about what that sale price is. And we'll be interested to know what that is. It was listed at 17.
28 million.
Oh, it was listed at 28. It was listed at 28 million. We have a valuation of 17 million. $11 million delta here. And I will point out again that in the last case, even though they were both green and they said they could only be ag use, the thing that was quoted at that time was local government code says you can continue the use. Here's what you have. You have an industrial property that's sold for something, a whole bunch. We're going to be asking questions.
Okay. Okay, so we went last year from a 1.5 valuation on this property to this year. You're saying it's 17.8. How did you calculate that number? Is that where these comps are in? Is that what the comps are for?
Yes. We actually went through and looked at the $1.80, the $3, the $1.20, and the 30 cents market to derive. Actually, we didn't use the comps. We actually used the current rates of $1.80, $3, $1.20, and 30 cents to derive at the rate market value. So we took the acreage based upon the how the property is currently in use.
Where did those numbers come from?
I believe those came from market information that we went through and found.
So there's no way that you took commercial, you didn't use industrial.
No, there is no other industrial property within Aransas County.
Okay, but you appraise industrial property in San Patricia County.
Yes, I do.
Which I'm very confused.
I'm not using the comps.
Oh, so you're not using the comps?
No, I said that I'm using basically the rates currently within the Aransas County at $1.80, $3, $1.20, 30 cents.
Yeah, we're using
commercial comps in Aransas County.
No, we're using the comps for value defense because there's methodology and then there's defending the property value. And so the actual sales of other industrial properties support the value that we currently have on the site.
I just have a couple questions. On these sales, have y'all seen the PSAs on any of these other sales?
I'm sorry.
The PSA, the purchase sale agreement on any of these other sales?
I have seen them on 3 of them, yes.
Okay, did you allocate the real estate value on any of these?
I did not. The chief appraisers did within San Patricia County.
Okay, and what are those appraised at right now?
Currently, right now,
we don't have
the current. Well, it says right here what the 2021 appraised values are. So for Subsea 7, it's 7.2. For Buried TP, it's at 6.9, which that property was actually in litigation, and the allocated land value was based upon the property being in litigation for prior years. And then South Texas Gateway is at 13.4.
Okay, and Bear, just I have one more clarification.
That was your 2 minutes.
That's my 2. Okay.
So now
But
you got 5 more.
You sure? All right. Can you pull my presentation? Can you pause and close that up? My time. Can you pause my time? And
Sure.
You keep going across if you want to.
Can I keep going across? Okay. So is that cut into my time or no?
Gets into your presentation.
Okay, then I'm not gonna.
Is this his stuff, not the previous stuff?
Give me a second.
Should be a blue flash drive.
Yeah, just give me a second. We'll make sure we have the right one. Does that look right?
No.
Okay. I can't read it, but I'll get there. It's hard to read this thing. SPC, maybe this one?
Yeah, that's correct. It's the flash drive folder.
Yeah.
And then can you pull up the PDF, the third to the bottom PDF, this is property evaluation here.
Right here?
Presentation, that's correct. I'm gonna fly through it too.
Okay,
I'll
good.
tell you when to.
All right, man.
Are we ready to go?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, so this is our property. So you can see right here, just very, very briefly, you got about 20 acres that are usable on the water, 10 are developed. So I'll say we have 10 industrial developed. We got about 40 or 30 acres of industrial developed over here. The rest is it's about 130 undeveloped industrial, and then we've got about 57 acres of wetlands. So their wetlands allocation is off. Also, I think they came up like 16,000 an acre for wetlands. That's higher than a rail facility is. We don't have rail access right now. It's deactivated 5 miles south of us. In order to do that, we've got to get approved by the UP. So we don't have rail, we don't have pipeline. All we have is a barge in, barge out tank facility. Minor operations, we're probably doing about 5% of what the property could potentially do. But this also goes back to the agriculture zoning. With the city of Aransas Pass, we're zoned agriculture, which means we can continue to do what we're currently doing, but we have to get approval to do anything else, including rezone, which is not going to happen while we're in litigation. If you can scroll down, please. So the district did produce comps for industrial property in San Patricio County. What they didn't provide was what they actually are appraised at. And so there's no property, just from a high level perspective, we're appraised, we've been assessed at around 80,000 an acre. All in, everything, including our wetlands. If you blend it up, there's no industrial property in Aransas County, Sandpack County. There are some in Nueces County and Harbor Island. There's no industrial property that's on the water that's valued at more than 70,000 an acre. That puts us up with Refinery Row and deep water ports. Usually it's around 40,000 an acre. If you look at off water industrial property, you might see some improved, like the Berry GP property, Bay Limited. That's about 70,000 an acre. I can get into those evidence if you guys want to cross-examine that. So I think this is the highest value you could ever put on this property right now, based on what's already being appraised by Pritchard and Abbott in this area. I don't see how you could go above $6.9 million. If you're saying we're 80,000 an acre, that's saying we're in line with a Citgo refinery in the port of Corpus Christi Ship Channel. We're just not that. Can you go back to our property? Or actually, scroll down. We've got some photos. That's us. This is not a refining facility. This is not a manufacturing facility. We have 2 tanks. We're doing like 5% of what this property could potentially do one day. It's not developed. It's 90% undeveloped. You scroll down, this is our wetlands. This is some acres that need some demo. This is looking out southeast. Where am I on time?
2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Oh yeah, you scroll down a little bit. This looks out to the bay. So this is 20 acres. This is basically our only usable land on the water. 10 acres developed. So okay, throw that at the 70,000 an acre max, right? This is, by the way, this is the neighboring tract, which is not 39,000 acres, back down to 8,000 an acre now. This is our neighboring tract right here. This is our wetlands. Very, very similar properties. We just have some improvements and we mow the grass. No knock on them. That's basically what it is. We have some improvements, we have activity, and we mow the grass. If you scroll down, this is the kind of stuff that's appraised at 70,000 an acre. 100% fully stabilized. I know that improvements are valued separately, but there's like 500,000 square feet of building on there. Scroll down. This is the same property. They have like 3,000 linear foot of bulkhead on the intercoastal waterway. We're a barge slip off the intercoastal waterway. If you scroll down, again, we're a groundwater property. We're not blue water. That means we have 10 feet of depth. That's like 45 feet of depth. If you scroll down, please. This is what our barge looks like. This is what a deep water vessel looks like. This is a barge in our facility. Can you please scroll down a little bit? This is a barge in our facility. Scroll down. This is a 70,000 an acre property right there, and at the tip of Ingleside. If you scroll down, this is what that looks like in our property. This is like to scale. It literally doesn't fit. If you can just scroll all the way down to the bottom. So just scroll up a little bit if you can. So this is kind of our allocation. Scroll up just a little bit more. So I took like 23 different accounts within ACAD and Sandpack CAD, because those are Sandpack's the only other place I can find industrial properties. Again, nothing over 70,000 an acre. Nothing over 70,000 an acre. And that's highly developed waterfront property. Again, wetlands aren't worth 16,000 an acre. They're worth like 100 an acre. Undeveloped industrial, average around 30,000 an acre. Developed industrial around 40,000 an acre. So if you scroll down and kind of, put that to us, again, this is like the highest 6 mil, and that's assuming that we can continue to develop, which, as we've talked about in this, we can't continue to develop until we get through this litigation and Aransas Pass allows us to do something. So we've got one page of data that suggests 1,000% increase from the district, and I'm actually looking at evidence and data and comps from around the county. So I'm not sure how we get there.
So the district then has 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So the district's charge is to be at market value. And it's to be at market. Sometimes we use professional companies such as Pritchard Navis to help us to have the skill, the knowledge, and the database associated with appraising values of like properties, and using that data to extrapolate what's going on in the subject, for the subject itself. So in my cross time, the most recent listing was, for the subject property was?
It might have been 20. 20, not 28. It was never at 28 mil.
20 million?
I think it was 20 mil, I think. I don't know.
You don't know?
This has been on the market for 6 years.
Okay. So it's been on the market for 6 years, but you don't know what the last listing was?
I was in the real estate agent.
But you're the representative for the company?
Yes.
You're the owner of the company?
I represent the owner. I work for the owner.
Okay.
Okay, say it's 20 to 25. Say it's 25 million. It's still a listing price.
Thank you. So we currently have a valuation of 17 million. It was recently transacted, so it's owned by somebody else at this current time.
There's common ownership. So, I mean, it wasn't a full arm's length transaction. There's common ownership. It was a purchase of real estate along with a handful of other assets, similar to the other comps that you guys presented, but you didn't break out the real estate value, which is why we didn't present you with, among other things, why we did not present you with the transaction data.
So did it transact at something less than 17 million?
I'm not at liberty to talk about it. But yes, it's lower than 17.8. Certainly lower than 17.
Did it sell at less than 15 million?
I'm not.
Well, you just said that you're not at liberty, and then you said yes, it sold for something less. So I'm trying to get to.
But you're asking about a transaction that includes real estate.
Thank you. So
right?
just answer the question. You're either at liberty at 15 or no.
Oh, we'll just stop.
Okay.
I'm just not.
Did
gonna
it
go
sell
any
at
further.
something less than 14?
I'm not going to go any further.
Okay. So it's we are the subject property owner's agent or owner's representative has indicated that it sold for something less than 17.8. They've also indicated that it wasn't full arm's length transaction, which means that it went from somebody and somebody else that knew the owner, or maybe is the owner, or part of the corporation that has dual ownership. I don't know. That's not clear as well. Is that clear?
There's current there's a common ownership of previous company, current company that owns it. So that's what I'm saying. It's not an apples to apples transaction. We don't even have a real estate.
Yeah.
We don't even have a real estate assigned value on the transaction.
Thank you for that. So in typically when you see a non-arm's length transaction, the value is diminished, meaning that if it's going from Joe and Bob as brothers and Joe, Bob, and Jane, and they're all part of the same family, and it's not exposed to the open market, and we do have the exposure on the open market at 20, I think the last estimate is 2025, and it did not transact on the open market in 2025, but it did transact on the market with again, according to testimony, it did transact at something less than 17. Now, I'm just trying to be at market value. We're just trying to figure out what that number is. The subject property owner's agent has indicated that this company does not have the experience to pull out rail and delineate wetlands. Of course we do. Of course we do. We look at, this company looks at that stuff all the time. They're able to determine what that number is. they're able to determine all of those attributes as they relate, and any personal property effects that are there, any effects that are there, we want to delineate. We want to know what that number is.
Okay. Now you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Can I ask some questions or no?
Sure.
Just one transaction make a market?
For the subject property, absolutely makes it work.
Why didn't you set this at $10,000 back when we originally purchased it?
I think we were really close to that. In
In
fact,
fact, you're at like $1 million, $1.5 million.
no, I'm saying when you originally purchased it,
When it was an original
I think
transaction in 2017.
either you or one of the owner's agents came in at that time and said, "Hey, listen, we just paid this for that."
I said $10,000.
Was it relevant at that time? Yeah, of course it was.
And then why wasn't it valued at $10,000?
I don't know what $10,000 is. What is that?
That's what a transaction for. $10,000. It's a distressed asset sale, a transaction for $10,000.
What is the pertinence of that information concern in regards to the value today? There's a recent sale on the property that just took place that we constantly requested the documentation and evidence from you.
That's
And
not
we
your
still have yet to receive.
It's my
the sales
rebuttal. You're not
No,
answering.
it's your rebuttal. It's
Right.
It's not the cross. So
Okay, so I'll pause it there real quick. So one transaction does not make a market. Obviously it helps, right? The district's proven in the past that transaction data doesn't, especially in industrial property, density doesn't matter. I think there's also a uniformity here of there's no property, we are higher value than any other similar industrial property by double in the whole entire 2-county area, despite having like 5% activity. And now we have a neighboring property that is the most comparable property to ours, valued at $8,000 an acre. And the neighbor south of that is valued at $30,000 an acre and has a very similar usage as us. They're doing barge in, barge out terminal work. They have tanks, just like we do. So there's a uniformity here, and you can't say that our market value is significantly higher than anything else in a 2-county area just because we think there was a transaction, we think it was this price.
Okay. The district has 1 minute to close.
Gentlemen, 1 minute.
yeah, in closing, what I would say is that, listen, in our most recent emails with the subject property owner's agent, telephone discussion, their representative reached out to the Richard Navitt and said, "Hey, listen, can we settle at 9?" So we know that the bottom's 9.
No, I didn't say 9. I said 7. I said 7 to 8.
No, you said that the, what we calculated as the same dollar per square, or dollar per acre that Mojave was on. Was what you had.
So what is that?
So you took the 38,955 and then multiplied that times your acreage, 232.
Yeah, but then you have to take out wetlands though.
That
You
would
have to
be,
take out wetlands. We have 50, we have like 60.
that was not part of the discussion.
Like, we're just saying,
Okay, sure. Okay, that was our settlement then, but now we're here.
I mean, there was like 30 minutes or 30 seconds or 20 seconds.
Sorry, yeah, pause it. I would just clarify. Yeah, give them that time back.
Well, thank you for that. It's their meeting. Yeah,
No,
it was my closing.
Yeah.
So how many seconds do I have?
You have about 30.
Okay, you have the subject property that was listed on the open market for 20 million or somewhere in the, we have a valuation of 17 million. The most recent exchange between the property owner's agent and them indicated a valuation of 9 million. So we're between the 9 and the 17, and we're trying to be at market value. We have the duty to be at market value. We have the duty to be at market value.
We've requested the sales documentation again multiple times. We've offered to go into.
Local government code was the big issue on the last thing. There's a value in use associated with the subject property.
I need to get you off there.
All right.
Okay, you guys have a minute.
Okay, Texas local government code also says that you have to value our property in uniform to similar like properties, and right now we're at double that. So I think that's my biggest concern right here. Regardless of whatever this could have sold for $200 million. If I'm still valued at nowhere close to a similar property, that's unfair, unjust from a taxation standpoint, because that rolls down to my taxes. So I've tried my best to lay out what our actual acreage is and what everything else is valued in a 2-county area. You could just take it down to Aransas County area and look at our neighbors. And like I said, the highest I can get to is $6 to $7 million. My settlement at 9 was assuming that we didn't have to come to a hearing today, but I had to prep for that. Now actually I have more data. Oh, by the way, we also have an appraisal, a certified appraisal back from 16 from Valbridge for 4.5 million for whatever that's worth. I didn't see a certified appraisal from the district.
Okay. Did you do this math on this property, you get 17 million?
One of my appraisers did, sir.
Okay. Can you help me a little bit here?
Sure.
Don't take that chart away.
I didn't. The computer just shut off. It's just that nasty part of Windows that times how long someone's been there.
Okay.
Are you guys looking for the same?
Can you help me? No, don't move it.
Where do you want
Right
it?
there. I want right there.
Okay.
What's wrong with their numbers? What's wrong? I mean, they get a different
It would be
answer, but there's a lot of moving parts. What's wrong with their answer?
Because the current market values that we show for waterfront, so we're there at $2, we're at $3.
That's 2 acres. Sorry,
Oh, I'm sorry.
2 acres.
And on the values per acre.
Yeah.
$2. Now, so in the waterfront, oh, there's a back right here, 50,000.
Yeah, 50,000 acres.
Would it help if I pulled the data where I took all this from?
No.
Okay.
So our waterfront is at on $1 per. Hang on one second.
Yeah.
Matthew, you guys still, are you all in the same litigation?
Absolutely, yeah. Our property is subject to the same.
Same exact litigation?
That's correct. So to clarify what I was saying earlier, right? So we have some industrial use right now. But in order for us to continue to develop, like if we built another tank, we have to go through permitting process with the city of Aransas, which is not happening today. Not with current litigation, and not with ag use. So we can continue to do what we are currently doing today, but we're very limited anything past that. Grandfather, part of a grandfather, that's correct.
If the annexation remains, that's going to be right as fascinating, clear they're not, but there won't be any special use permits or anything.
Yeah, they don't want to.
It's in their plan. Yes. Oh, yeah.
So a couple things. I don't know where he's deriving at his undeveloped industrial value for his 130 acres at his 32,245.
Which you would have at,
For undeveloped industrial, I don't have any undeveloped industrial. All the industrial that we have is developed.
so it would be, instead of 32, it would be 40,000,
That's where the portion is.
right?
It would actually be higher than that, because on average, we're sitting with roughly 51,000 on industrial property for the recent sales.
Oh, no, but what about what you guys appraise it at? What about the assessment? Hang on, sorry.
So if we deemed it all for the industrial, for his 43 acres, that would be one. Are you wanting the developed, or do you just want?
Well, I want to know what's wrong with their chart.
Okay, so the developed industrial where he's showing at 40,121, we're actually sitting at 51,329 based upon recent sales. And then on the, I don't know where he's coming up with his undeveloped industrial value for his 32,000 an acre.
But you would say it's all developed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, at 51,000?
Yes, sir. We took the 51,329 towards his total acreage, so 51,329 times his 32.
Times 173.
173.
Well, you.
Right, because there's portions of it that are wetlands.
They're
So that would put that at 8,879,917 just for the industrial portion.
Just for the industrial portion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the wetlands?
The wetlands, he's sitting at currently at 103 acres.
That's based on our neighbor property in the north. Dewar, 50 acres of wetlands, the same exact wetlands. In fact, I think you're at 100. We also don't, 130 acres, that's undeveloped, there's grass in it,
Agriculture.
There's grass. Very good. It's hard to do.
Yeah. You can expand the industrial base or not, so then help
Well, he's also showing 57 acres of wetlands.
I can pull the national wetlands map.
57 acres, I'm not challenging that, right?
We don't, right, but currently we, on our acreage for wetlands, we calculated that to be 5 acres of wetlands.
5.
I have the national wetlands inventory map. And
So because when you look at the,
Even by visually looking at the spectrometry, I'd say it was more than 5.
if you'll go back, can you pull up the, calculate for me off of the geometry what the acreage is from this point to here. So from here to there to here. Now this is wetlands.
Hang on a second. No, tell me again.
So start from this point right here. Calculate across to right here. Up to this point up there.
Well, you have to go to, you get the quarter, right?
And then to there. And then up and over. So basically this entire,
Well-
no. Come back down. Yeah, right there. And then over to there and then back down. What is this acreage? That's 35.
you're missing something.
Where?
This is all wetlands right here. It's like 20, 30 acres, and some years wetlands.
Was that 25?
This is
35.
35.
So then.
35.33.
Right, 35.
And then this is all wetlands.
No, this is use, this is industrial.
No,
use. You're out there too.
This
No,
is right
This
here.
is industrial.
No,
use. I'm not gonna argue this. This is industrial use.
No, this is, but this is wetlands. I can't build right here.
So
It's,
take this
pull the
guy,
national wetlands inventory map.
go right here and calculate what the acreage is, basically from here
Why don't you go to the wetlands map?
there to there, take it to the right there.
It's fine, it's fine.
and then come down to like here.
No, just go around the pond. That's good right there.
Yeah, that's fine. You're less than acres on that, so 33.
We're at more, it's like 70.
Another 33?
Yes, sir.
So we're 70.
With the total acreage on here.
70.
So they had 57 up there,
Yes, sir.
Now we're at 70.
and you're at 66,
We're sitting at 68.
68.
Yes, sir.
All right. Go back to the chart, please.
So we're 7 yards. Already got these reviews.
I want to know the value based on what you challenge.
Well, we just challenge, yeah, so basically. So for the wetlands portion, it would value it at $888,624.
What? The wetlands? Oh, how much an acre?
30 cents per square foot.
What's Dewar's property northwest valued at on a per acre wetland basis?
Let finish with.
No, there was a question asked of
Yeah.
us, we answered. You took you wanted the square footage on the 60 something acres, 68 acres. 68 acres times the square, that gets the square footage times the 30 cents, gets
Yeah.
888,624.
Okay, what's the total you get when you make all these?
So right now, the total puts it at 9,768,541.
9,768,541.
541.
Thank you. That's my number.
Yeah, that's pretty similar to what they were offering.
That's my number.
Mr. Powers, let me just double check and make sure we have everything.
All right.
Because you have to take acres from one of the other.
Right, because we know that the total acreage out there is 232 acres.
232, and we're saying 68.
That's a detail that that's above my pay grade.
Once again, they're still under litigation. As of January 1st, they're still under litigation. They changed their business. Nothing has changed since last year to this year. No.
This is grandfather.
Yeah.
This is what this is grandfather. They're doing this. They're doing business on this property. I'm watching it daily. The other property was not so good. There's nothing going on. What's that came up with? 976. What are the finance? Yeah. Yeah.
So
I'm
Are we
trying,
good
I'm
with 9,768,000?
No, you have to take some, if you're adding, again, the 68 is, we did some squares. The subject property owners under testimony saying that he did a wetland survey and came up to 57, so. I mean, there's that, but if we're taking 57, you have to take it away from the commercial. So that's 224 was in the commercial, and if you're minusing 57, 224 minus 57, that leaves 167, and then you go to 57 on the wetlands, and then you have the rest. So that leaves 167 plus 57, that's 224, and then you're left with 230 or 232. So that leaves 8 acres for either waterfront or undeveloped. And we have the waterfront is 2.5 and the other is there. So it'd be 167 acres times 1.8. No, it has to be square feet. 167. That still leaves 13 million. That still leaves 13 million in the commercial. Right, we took it out of the commercial to increase the number of wetlands. I think that was the question. Isn't that the question posed? You're taking it out of the commercial?
Yeah.
These are his numbers, not our numbers on our sheet.
understand.
Right, he's wanting to know what to do, where the issues lie, and where he's going to be 6 million versus what we've already said. And so the difference is.
Because if you're looking at commercial, we're looking at industrial.
Right, and the problem is that where he's going through and pulling the industrial, we're actually using commercial sales information.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, these sales are old. When we initially went through and did this, these sales were older sales. They have a current sale, and we've been trying to get sales documentation.
I understand all that. I asked a very simple question.
It's not a simple question,
Right.
but what I will say is that we can take we have 224 acres of commercial, okay, at $1.80 a foot. Now, if you take that 9 million square feet and you take 57 acres out of it, it leaves only 167 acres out of that 224, okay?
Yeah.
And if we have that number and you take it times $1.80, it's a 13,094 number as it is.
Are we?
1394. Whichever would be 917.
I haven't gone through the other math yet, but that represents at least 224 of the 232 that I've accounted for.
What do you want, 9.7?
I was thinking 13, but.
I think it's really closer to 13, but I think the adjustments
All right.
there.
Okay.
13. You're valuing it at commercial base. This is not commercial property.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1591, account number 8822659. Considering Q1 incorrect appraisal market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $17,913,640 down to $13 million.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? 1. Let the record show 3 in favor, 1 opposed. We're done.
They Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, you have three of the properties you want to represent. Do you want to take a recess and then come back and get that?
All I got myself, I think I have one piece of evidence on one of there's two houses, and then there's one piece of the property that was sold this year that we, I got evidence showing on the spreadsheet of the purchase price, which is going with this, so.
Are you expecting that to come in?
Well, that's the problem, I don't have my box out yet, so I was gonna get one, or I can come and look at one. Y'all need to do something else.
We have some affidavits.
Well, yeah, we'll read some affidavits. That'll give us, what, 30 or 40 minutes, and then you can get it.
I maybe have to buy one, or am I gonna wax them to convert? I'm gonna look at it first and try to get fast.
Yeah, unfortunately, if you bring us a device, it has to stay with the, with the ARB.
That's fine.
You can't go another one, can you?
Yeah, it's like a document, it's really like a document that you hand over, and it goes into the file.
Can you email it to us or something?
No, it's too big. I think he said it's too big.
The file's too big to email?
Oh, I might be able to email it, yeah.
I mean, if it's a closing statement, right?
It's just a, yeah, it's a little spread, little, like one pager.
It's a PDF.
I think so.
Yeah, just, now, can you
Okay,
get
sure.
his, give him the email and just email it to you?
Yeah, it's all it is. It's
Yeah,
that's why.
The only way that you could do it is that, you'd have to request a closed meeting for that particular hearing. Okay.
Y'all praise me hard. I think they'll be happy also.
This is the email account.
Okay.
Do we want to do an affidavit
We're gonna
in
do an
between?
affidavit until he can get all this stuff together.
It shouldn't take very long.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Let me back and make sure that you get out okay, and then, yeah, please.
Thanks,
Be careful with that,
Ours, thank you. See you around town, hopefully.
Oh, yeah, you will.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Case 664. And it should be on the 9 o'clock docket. I went ahead and put the affidavits on here. Is this I think this is probably an Amon, right?
Yes, they are. He has three.
664?
130.
No, this is the 9 o'clock. This is right here.
64, there we go.
Let me go get Amon.
So 664 is the next one, and it's by affidavit.
Yeah.
There's nobody in person but on the phone.
No.
There's nobody in person. Okay. Yes, page 1, middle, lead.
Yeah, but we'll work on it.
these are affidavits. Let me get out.
Mike, after this, I got something I'll talk to you about.
Oh.
You're good, it's about the network.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but you handle it.
No.
Okay, gotcha.
Take left.
Yeah, there were some guys here looking into wires and stuff.
So is that what he wanted to talk? So did you talk to the cabling guys?
Yeah.
Okay, you'll tell me after?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Okay. Let's go in and out.
So pleasant. I said it's so pleasant. Okay, it's awesome.
Okay. 664, right?
Right.
Okay, we're opening hearing on case number 2021-664, account 88-21518. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, Q2, and Q5 other, and in the protest letter for Q5, it just says section 4141A, 3 through 9. Any other action of the chief appraiser, appraisal district, or the appraisal review board that applies to and adversely affects the subject property and or property owner.
Okay, we're the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Debbie Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present is true and correct.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Affidavit reads as follows. Aransas County Appraisal District account number 821518, 2021. Owner's name is Lee Kyun Bak. Care of Paradigm Tax Group, 840 Gessner Road, Houston, Texas.
Yeah, I'm gonna open the door real quick. Okay. Done.
Property description is 1013 West Market Street, Rockport, Texas, 78382. Reasons for protest checked on this form are incorrect appraisal of market value and values unequal when compared with other properties. Section 4 indicates that there are 11 pages of evidence submitted with this affidavit. Section 5 is the statement of facts or arguments as follows. Marshall and Swift cost approach point to a lower market value. My intended value for this property is $736,650. Section 6 says I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit, the evidence and arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not attend in person. Signed and notarized in Harris County. The next page shows a section of Marshall Swift cost schedules for retail stores. You can see if anything specific is highlighted. It is not. So this is a category of commercial property that Marshall Swift developed. The class type on the side there is the construction style of the building, and then it says type. That's the level of finish out of the building. Then there's some descriptions next to it, what's typical to expect, and on the right is the cost per cubic foot, per square feet. Pretty large document. We get those things come out every 4 months. The next is the calculator method. So this shows actually where those schedules come from. So what you just saw was kind of like them giving you an example of how to build off of this type of calculator. And it shows all their prices per square foot of different things, sprinklers, balconies, canopies. The next page is floor area and perimeter multipliers. Very detailed, lots of data. Cost multipliers, segregated cost sections, unit in place cost sections, local multipliers, adjusting for market costs, life expectancy guidelines for the building, and depreciation schedule follows after that. The last page is a pro forma for Paradigm Tax Group. For this property, Marshall Swift segregated cost calculator method. So the building is 9,540 square feet. gives a base cost per square foot, value for the sprinklers, story height multiplier, 1 story, a floor area perimeter multiplier, current cost, and local cost, this is local coast, appropriate multiplier, the building life and the depreciation percentage, the depreciated cost. Then it says improvement value 621,790, extra features 38,000. It doesn't specify what the extra features are. And the land value 76,220. There's no evidence for that. It's just an asserted land value. There is a land value when you do a cost valuation. Giving a total market value of 736,600. That includes the taxpayer's evidence. The district's evidence. Actually, before I go into my evidence, does anybody have any questions about any of that? We're good.
No, I just noticed that the land value at $76,000, I assume this is a commercial property on a busy highway like 35, that seems extremely low.
It's on Market Street.
Okay.
That is our land value.
That's that, the land value of the district. Oh, okay. Not the district, they're not arguing. Okay.
Okay, so the property ID number is again 8821518. We have the sale price of this property in 2020. So it's purchased, the land gets bought, it gets built by a development company, and then the franchise owner will operate on a lease from the landlord, basically. And that person shows up after the building's all set up. People who run a Family Dollar don't know how to build a Family Dollar. It's a very different skill set. And because of how they're structured, the business operators don't own the building. They always lease dollar stores. That's how it works. And it was purchased in 2020 for $1,442,513. And the market value last year was the same as this year, $1,079,240. Next page is Picto. This is the new Family Dollar on Market Street. Yeah, there you go. It's a little front picture. If you look at the cost schedule here, it shows that we're at $875 for the building and $76 for the land. Their cost approach came out to $736. So we're above them on their cost opinion. But you'll notice that the cost value and the market value are two different things in this case. It's because this type of property does not transact on a cost basis. It's income value property. That's why it got sold for $1.4 million. I will point out that no inventory was purchased for $1.4 million. It's not, they're buying the business, they're not buying the stuff on the shelves. They're just buying the lease from the guy who runs the family. It's a triple net lease. They just collect money in return for owning commercial real estate. And it is the district's opinion, and my opinion, that they kind of overpaid, but it's a brand new store, and they're pretty sure it's going to do really well. We have other variety stores that have sold a little more competitively than this. You know, an old one, this really old building sold for like $950. Our value is based on what these things are selling for. Weirdly enough, every single dollar store, Family Dollar in this county has been bought and sold in the last 2 years. Weirdly enough. The next page is the income workup.
Wait a minute. Oh, never mind, go ahead.
All right, so this gives where our valuation comes from. It uses a rent rate of $11.03 per square foot. And that's derived from everybody's actual leases. That's what these real estate leases are doing. They are triple net leases. There's no expenses. There's no vacancy. There's nothing. It's just a permanent lease. And gives a net operating income for this property of $105,226. So what was purchased for $1.4 million was that net operating income. It's possible that their lease is actually a little bit higher, but a market NOI would be 105. The cap rate is 9.75. Again, another reason that thing could have sold for more, indicating another cap rate. There's a slight data error. It says this cap rate's 9.75. It should be 9.57, possibly an input error. That would be really weird because we don't annually input cap rates. So I don't really know why this cap rate's a little bit softer than the other ones, but it is. Values of $1,079,000. The equity grid shows the other variety stores in our county. We have $3 Generals and Family Dollar, and they are all exactly the same. Their lease rate is the same. Their cap rate is the same. Their tax rates are obviously different. Some of them have excess land. The subject does not have excess land. There was no offer made. This year's value is actually to $1, the same as last year's value. There was no appreciable market change year over year. And then the following is just a sales ratio report for income value properties.
So go back to where it had the tax rate down on a page or two. Right there. So excess land, what would change that tax rate and make it different than the top two? The bottom two different from the top two?
They're in different taxing units.
Okay.
The more a property is taxed, the less it's worth.
Okay.
There's, if the tax levy goes up, it's harder to own it, costs you can't capitalize that money. Part of it's a little weird, these are triple net leases. So the person collecting the rent isn't even paying the taxes. So typically when these things are valued at a market rate, they're given unloaded cap rates because it's just gravy basically. The tenant has to pay the tax amount. But for uniformity, I try not to do that. I don't think it's a great idea.
Where's the $11 come from?
From their actual leases. The leases for these and 100 of the Family Dollars, Dollar Generals, Dollar Trees, all over the state.
And those come from where?
From property owners, CoStar, and Trent.
Yeah, I don't see anything here that would change. If anything, it maybe should have come out because of the sale, but it didn't. So.
No, I have no.
179?
Okay. I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-664, property account 8821518. When considering Q1, incorrect appraised market value, Q2, equity value, Q5, any other issues that might affect the value, I move that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of $1,079,240.
All in favor?
Aye.
I have two more affidavit only hearings that are on the 9 a.m. docket, but it's my understanding that affidavit only hearings are a little more flexible schedule wise. They don't have to be done within 2 hours, it's just to be done today.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go check with Val and see what's up next. I don't think the other two are next. Indicate that I think that guy that was here this morning is coming back.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Okay. Good check.
So the fellow from Waco is not the owner of the business, he's the owner of the property. That's the way you read that?
Mr. Bond.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be right. He just owns the property.
He's the landlord.
You're right.
Not that it matters, I'm just curious. Yeah.
south down by the airport.
By the way, I'm gonna leave the book with you tonight.
Okay.
I have to go do blood work for preparation for my doctor's appointment.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over at 7 o'clock and hopefully do it.
Okay.
But if I don't, you'll have a book.
Request?
The one over on Market Street.
It's not Quest, I don't know what that's called. Let's go
That'd be great.
The next, we haven't received anything by email from Mr. Taylor, so we're gonna go with another affidavit. This is case number 543.
Ready, Aaron?
Oh, I got it.
We all set?
We're set.
Okay. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-543, account 33180. This hearing is being recorded.
And there seems to be a discrepancy here between the affidavit. It says Q1 and Q2. No, that's right, that's correct. Okay, Q1, Q2.
Q1, Q2.
Yes.
We, the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today, this is an affidavit only protest. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you shall present is true and correct.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
This is Aransas County property account number 33180 for 2021. Property owner is COMM 2015-LC23 Lady Claire Street LLC.
Okay, I'll change the door.
Their mailing address is 1601 Washington Ave, number 700, Miami Beach, Florida 33133. The property in question is 925 Lady Claire Street, Rockport, Texas 78382, Smith and Wood, Block 201, Lot 1. Reasons for protest are selected, incorrect appraised market values unequal compared to other properties, and other boxes not filled out. Evidence is indicated as being 7 pages. Section 5, statement of facts or arguments. Property is not a recent sale. It was a foreclosure transaction moved to REO. The property was previously damaged by Hurricane Harvey and repairs have been completed. However, this hotel has been required to perform upgrades to current brand standards with IHG in order to maintain the brand flag connection and franchise agreement. Please see the attached evidence as submitted for review and consideration for a requested value of $2,908,444, respectfully submitted. Section 6, hearing type. Do not attend to a hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence or argument submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not attend, appear in person. So notarized in Bear County this year. All right, the next is, it says account history date of report is July 2nd, 2021. This is, looks like an account detail for this property, sort of their records and our records sort of thing. Gives the property, restates the name, the owner, and site as address. The land use code is a motel. It's a motel. Is the land area, the building area, net rentable area is 12,781. It was built in 2010. All right, it shows their values year over year. In 2018, it had a value of 1.8 million. 2019, it still had a value of 1.8 million. Those were hurricane figures. In 2020, it's 3.5. In 2021, it's 3.1. So it's down 13% year over year. Private note, property is not a recent sale. It was a foreclosure transaction with the REO. That's the same thing as the previous. 2021 opinion of value restates the property's description, gives our preliminary value of 3.1 million, opinion of value 2.9 million, and then it says opinion of value based on equal and uniform approach. All right, the next page is equal uniform tax comparable property analysis adjusted. And it shows the subject and two comparables. The subject is 925 Lady Claire, and the comparables are 200 South Fulton Beach Road and 2921 Highway 35. Gives the neighborhood, improvement square footage, the building class, the improvement value, land value, market value per square foot, and it gives a median, 227,056. And then the next is the next page looks like a kind of printout of the result. The two properties being adjusted, 1.8 million and $4 million. It shows improvement adjustment. So it shows what their adjustments are. And then after that is a map showing where these comps are. And it looks like A is the Lighthouse Inn, and B is the La Quinta. And the subject is the Holiday Inn Express. All of their evidence. I'll respond to a little bit of this. This is kind of boilerplate stuff that we get from agents. Just to get to the meat of the matter, on page 5, the adjustments that are being made on page 5 and 6 are essentially arbitrary. Those are not data-driven adjustments. 10% per class difference would imply that that's how classes are built. Well, you previously saw, you have seen before Marshall and Swift tables, it's not 10% per class difference. It's way more complicated than that. You don't do just 1%, for depreciation on buildings like this. These adjustments are just kind of, they do this on every property, every category, for every single thing. And the result is you get 1.8 million and 4 million because one of these, the Lighthouse Inn, is much nicer property, way higher performing property, and you're getting a median of only two things. This data feels essentially meaningless. It's just an argument to see if the value will go down. It's really all it is. In my opinion, the requirement is to show that the property is not exceeding comparable properties when appropriately adjusted and to be similarly situated, of similar kind of character, and appropriately adjusted. And these are just not appropriate adjustments. These properties are also not of the same kind of character. The La Quinta's fine. The Lighthouse Inn is a little weird. And you're making cost adjustments on income values. It doesn't, it's essentially meaningless. Okay. Anybody have any questions on this stuff? If not, I'll go to mine. All right. Our evidence, this is 33180. Last year it had a market value of 3,572,500. This year, its value is $3,111,550. The value has decreased year over year for several reasons. One is just better, a little bit better data. The other reason is January 1, 2021, and having a hospitality business in the middle of COVID was terrible. So the value was impaired. That being said, it was a prospective valuation. We're just trying to value the land and buildings. Before this thing was foreclosed, it was for sale for over $6 million. So I'm not trying to value whatever their business or their franchise. Just the land and buildings. Let's see. Next, the income calculation worksheet. Got a room rate, annual room rate, $36,500. The vacancy is 50%. That's noteworthy two ways this year. Rockport's vacancy is typically 50% for the year. COVID requirements were that your hotel did not exceed 50% occupancy. So in places where the occupancy was higher than 50%, it was impaired down to 50%. But around here, we already do 50%. So that's where it's at. Get an effective gross income of $18,250 as per room. Operating expenses are pretty significant. 65% expenses. Basically taking out a huge amount of money because everything related to the real estate is expensive. And the cap rate is 9. Unloaded cap rate of 9. The 1.8H is the tax rate. The cap rate is very high, higher than it would normally be for a hotel, especially this quality and location. But again, it's 2021. You know, I think the $6 million thing didn't happen for a rough time to have a hotel. And indicated value, $3,111,550. And I'll point out where, as has been asked before, where our data comes from for these hotels are required by law to submit all of their occupancies, their room rates, their revenues to the comptroller, and their public information. So it's a known quantity what hotel revenues are. There's no settlement offer made. Actually, talk to people. Sales ratio report. That's it.
Where does the $2+ million in renovations required to meet the requirements of their owner, their franchise for?
That's a good question. That is something, the first time I heard it, sounded really significant. But that happens to every hotel. Every time a hotel gets transferred to a new owner, the franchise company tells you it has to be brought up to current standards. That's why when you go to a Motel 6 in the middle of nowhere, you'll be surprised that the TV in there is not from 1992. They're required to update, or else you're not allowed to stay at Holiday Inn Express. That's all business value. That's stuff that's way beyond the value of the property. That gets into, that's why this thing's not going to sell for $2 million. It's going to transact for quite a bit more than that, because what's going to get transferred is not strictly real estate. You're going to be buying the fact that it's a Holiday Inn Express. You're going to be buying a stabilized rate, something like that. But every time a hotel gets swapped from one owner to another, they have to update it to current year standards. That even happened with ones where the hurricane damaged the building really severely. Well, actually, it's happening to this one on a slightly longer timeline. It's all done. The hotel's fine. They were operating. They had people in there. But then it gets transferred to a new owner, and they have to renovate the whole thing. That's what happens when you buy a flagged hotel.
Can you continue to operate while you're renovating?
No, it's part of the. Actually, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if that's in general, they don't. Normally, it's like a process that before the new owner gets going, they do all the renovations. If the hotel is active and leasing, they don't shut it. They just do it, they'll do it before.
Right.
But in this case, they probably will get it all done before they reopen. Because it was actually foreclosed. It was transferred to a holding company because they defaulted. But nothing to do with the building, they just the company went out of business or something. No, I haven't talked to them about this.
The $2 million comes into play.
Business.
Yeah,
Cost of doing business.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and even the district's value is really not much higher than their opinion of value or opinion of value. I would say leave it as current value.
I agree.
I'm gonna make a motion that on case ID 2021-543, account number 33180, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, or equity value, or Q5 any other items that were not specified. I move that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $3,111,550.
All in favor? Aye.
Okay, Mr. Taylor's here, he just went back to his car, I'm gonna go get him. We have 3 accounts with him, case number 1833, 1835, and 1837.
33, 35.
And 37, and you will find those on the 130 docket.
I will.
And so also in the tablet, it will be on the 130 docket.
1835, 1833, and what's the other one?
1837.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, so it's on the next page, after page 4.
You want me to check with Mike and see if he's doing these? Is that what you're saying? What's that? No, this is different.
Yeah, check with Mike and see if
Okay.
he wants to do it.
Right now.
This is the driest this building has been.
I always wondered why there was those dehumidifiers were out there. Now I know.
Hanging in there, Scott?
Yeah, we're good.
Finest in triple wide mobile home office here.
Hey, that's where you're gonna be too. We're all there.
Yeah.
still remember going and filing for my homestead exemption after Harvey. When you guys were crammed into that one room there, there was a
Or
text
across
dot office.
at the city's Parks and Recs
Yeah.
building, yeah.
So now that you had another flood, are they gonna come in and take care of everything?
Well, the plan is, the flood is, it's a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
Is we're getting that building so that we can continue to operate while
So is FEMA
Th-
paying
this
for
is-
that, or does it have
No.
to cover it or anything?
insurance.
Regular
Insurance
insurance.
is paid for that. For the time to get what was recently damaged repaired. And then I believe we were electing to keep it for a period longer and stay in that while they fix the rest of it, while they fix it. So that's
Everybody has a building and.
well, it was kind of awkward. The most biggest expenses go in and out of this, which is handled. Keep it a couple of more months. Probably not as big a deal. So
Put it on the lot, or will it be on the parking
it's
lot?
gonna be right on the parking lot.
On the parking lot, okay.
I have one affidavit for all three accounts, all three cases.
It's loaded?
Yes, it's ready to go.
Okay. Jimmy, you gonna do this?
I am.
Do we have order?
Start
1833.
yeah, numerical order.
We start with 211 Trailer Boulevard. Robert,
That's fine.
211 Trailer
Okay,
first.
that's fine.
Okay. Okay, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1833, account 59562, 211 Trailer Boulevard.
That's page 4, middle.
This hearing is being recorded.
On the protest form, it says Q1 only.
Q1.
Make sure that I'm looking at the right one. 1833.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
You realize that we can only act on Q1. The
Market value.
market value,
Yes, yes.
not equity, because you didn't check the box.
Okay. I think market value is fine.
I'm sure we understood each other. We are the appraisal review board of the hearing and protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using survey form and email to pcat.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit to that effect.
And in regard to the evidence, there is evidence for one of the three cases, the other two do not have evidence.
Okay.
So the counts and case numbers.
Okay. Thank you. I, Charles Howard, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166 as relates to case number 1833, 1835, and 1837.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. This pertains to case numbers 1833, 1835, and 1837.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. your motions to case number 1833, 1835, 1837.
Bill Dutt, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F pertaining to case number 1833, 1835, and 1837.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Robert D. Taylor III, solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true.
And if you'll list out those case numbers.
Okay, this is for case ID number 2225002000000. I'm sorry, case ID numbers here.
Yeah.
I apologize.
That's all
No
right.
problem.
Put my glasses on. It's case 1833, 1835, and 1837.
I'm Michael Taylor, solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal board is true and correct. In the case before cases 1833, 1835, 1837.
I, Andrew Burke, do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony I shall present is true and correct for accounts 1833, 1835, and 1836.
Okay, we've done this before. Who goes first?
We'll let the state go
Okay.
All right, so this is property ID 59562, a single-family residential property. Last year's market value was $142,000 on the notes. There's a note saying that it sold in 2018 and the sale price is not listed, presumably because we don't know what it was. The settlement, it says settlement in 2020, removed in 2027. All right, next is the property card. Looks like this house is a 4MV plus, originally built in 1964, effective age 1974. It has a few places with a newer effective age, so it looks like the house probably been added on to over the years. Market value for this thing is $165,000 right now. Next is a Picto, shows it is on trailer. This is the street that goes up behind IBC Bank, what used to be a movie theater, now apparently a furniture store. Nearest to the bay. Right, next is the comp sales grid. The comps are from Henderson, 5th Street, Henderson. So they're just 4MV plus houses in nearish rates. They were both subject to 2,048 square feet. The first comp is 1,947 square feet. There's some adjustments for size and proportion differences and that kind of thing. The comp number 1 sold in 2020 for $245. Comp number 2 sold in 2020 for $213,807. Comp number 3 sold in 2020 for $305. All these indicate a value for the subject at 181, assuming that everything is correct. The largest adjustments on this is going to be effective age adjustments. An effective age of 1974. Well, I mean, comp number 3 is an effective age of 1977, and it's sold for $305. So there's some location going on. I believe Henderson is the back end of the country club. You're probably in the country club, so there's a bunch of location value being taken out. But in any case, showing 181 is, I'd be surprised if it was actually bought for. And then we'll skip the equity grids, talking about it. And the sales ratio report is full. We have 13 pages of it, 99.9%. Concludes our evidence.
Why is it important?
It's a region. It's not actually, it's not a city of Florida. It's a name. Like, Coconut Bay is a region. It may not actually be on Coconut Bay. That's it.
All right. Okay, you want your time together or you want it separate? I'll give you 2 minutes up front and I'll give you
Yeah,
5.
just give me a note, when you get to 5 minutes.
Okay.
Just give me a heads up, that's all.
I'll do that.
It shouldn't take that long. Can I ask you just a couple of questions real quick? With regard to this property, this value, the comp values on these houses, those are all houses that are in good shape, so to speak, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Were those actual sale values?
Yes.
With regard to the house that's in question here, have you been inside that house?
I have not.
Okay. So do you notice there's anything else on that property or that house that shows any damage from the storm?
Yeah, this house is, pointed out to me just a second ago. It's 75% complete. So I was smelling a huge adjustment. That's the adjustment was. It was the subject's 75% complete. The sales are complete houses. So what you're basically doing is saying, what would this thing transact for if it were done? And then you're hacking a quarter of the value off because it's not done.
So what you're saying is you've already reduced 75% on it?
Yes, that's to get to the 181.
Okay, is that based on your view from the outside?
I don't know. I would assume that because we have a settlement, that there's been some communication between our appraisers and the property owner.
About last year's settlement?
Yes.
And that was it. And what was the settlement for last year? I think it's right.
142.
And that value, you're saying that the change in value, that the property value has gone up $21,000 in the last year?
Yeah, that seems to track pretty well.
That's all the questions. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Okay.
State your name, please.
Michael.
And you're the owner of this property,
Correct.
Tell me, give the board a brief description of what your property, what initially, let me ask this.
You are down to 5 minutes.
You suffered damage in the 2017 hurricane, correct? Was the damage inside or outside of the, how extensive was the inside damage?
Unbelievable.
Okay, and how,
The roof, I mean, the roof collapsed, water damage,
you made some repairs since the storm?
the roof, and then when the property behind it was gonna be for sale, was for sale, and then there was talk about them behind the property, buying that property at the same time, so if they're gonna buy it as is, no reason to fix it up. And then so when that fell through, then
When did that fall through?
halfway through 18, 19, so
You had any other issues, any other circumstances since that?
well, then other people were gonna buy it, and we were gonna do the same thing, but they didn't end up buying it.
So as it stands right now, how is the condition of the interior of that house?
It's still the same, the ceiling's covered, kitchen, and, I mean, it's not livable.
You stopped the roof from leaking,
Right.
but you haven't been able to include clean up the inside.
No, well, then they stole all the tools and stuff, so it's kind of,
What's that?
no, when they broke in, they stole all the tools and stuff.
Someone stole your tools? Okay. With regard to this property, there was a settlement previously last year for 100.
That was okay last year.
No, it says on here. We got a previous value listed at 142. We had a settlement originally from way back, substantially below that. What do you think the value is as we sit today in this property, based on your knowledge of the property?
I mean, people have offered like $100,000 for it to come in and buy it as is. And you buy, I think you probably get it back up sellable, be about 20, 50, 60 to go in, replace the air conditioners and kitchen and stuff like that.
So if you took the evaluation that the city just put on it, or the appraiser just put on it, that would be from the appraiser 164, you said 60 repair.
And the 2050. depending on lumber costs and everything else like that now, so,
Would that put your value down at 100,000 to 110?
yeah, give or take.
I think that's all the questions for that.
All right, Eamon, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
So, okay, so the sale in 2018, if I'm reading this correctly, it wasn't really a sale. It was something that kind of fell through. Is that what it was?
Well, just for which one, the sale of?
Did you buy this in 2018?
Yeah, I think that, yeah. Well, no,
Actually, I believe the purchase was made in 2017, or I'm sorry, earlier, mid-2017.
right after hurricane,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, you bought it in the damaged condition. Did you buy just the house or did you buy this property and something adjacent?
But it's like, making payments on it, and then the final payment just happened to be right after the hurricane.
Got it.
So,
Okay. So this was something you owned and was livable before
yeah,
the hurricane?
right, it was like a rent to own thing, and
Understood. Okay. Only thing I would point out is that the 165,000 is already an impaired value. Taking the full cost to cure off of that would end up eating into, and you get close to the value, just a little excessive. Last year's number doesn't seem unreasonable to me. The value of this thing's kind of nebulous for a lot of reasons, but it's definitely damaged. Did you say that the ceiling is falling in? Is there still water getting in?
yeah, well, because we had the hurricane, and then we're putting the roof on, and then I guess we had that tornado out in Lamar right after that. I mean, 'cause we were like right in the middle of putting the roof on that, and so it basically undid everything we did and got more water damage in there. And then so we're done that, then that's when people that were talking about buying the tract of land behind us, we're talking about buying that house, and so we're trying to cut that into the deal. And then they were dragging their feet, and then they balked on it.
Okay.
They're gonna use that for like their little stage house or whatever, like, or their they come in, they put their people in there, they're gonna fix it up, and then they're gonna use that as their, I guess, office or whatnot to sell the property behind.
So now you have 2 minutes for rebuttal. That's all I need. Okay. You don't need 2 minutes? Okay, all right. Let's go to closing. And Amy, you got 1 minute to close? Okay. Do you have any final thoughts on?
He just stated the value we'd like to see it set at, and I believe based on the condition of the property, that's where we're at. But outside of that, I know we did not bring pictures of the inside to that. I apologize. We have done that in the past in our previous presentation on this property report. But since it does have, you see the picture, the roof has been repaired. It's just getting
Right,
the rest
those
of
little window things aren't there anymore.
you just it's so going right here.
Not yet, so 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're done.
Is that it? Okay. Give it time back.
Question, has anything, was 142, was that a negotiated deal with the ARB and with the district?
That was COVID year, so I mean, 2 years ago.
2 years ago, we negotiated, but I don't know what last year was.
Yeah, 'cause we didn't.
What's changed in the property from last year to this year? Exactly the same or something?
Yeah, I mean, just, going in and, cleaning up the inside, but I mean, structurally, nothing really.
So it's in a little better condition than it was.
Well, just picking up the insulation that falls in there, and,
It's not having.
oh, no, man.
When did the roof go on?
2018. It was after the first one kind of half went on, and then the tornadoes, whenever the tornado was in Lamar. So,
Okay.
and then,
Go through the checklist.
Go through the checklist.
I can go through the checklist.
Okay, well, you can check.
I can go through the checklist, but
50% is probably.
I'm looking at 50% complete instead of 75%. Huh? Okay. Scott? Can you show me 50% complete? What is it?
134.77. I was gonna say roll it back to 142, but I'm good with that number too.
134.77.
Very good.
Very good. 134.77. Good. Okay.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1833, account number 59562. Considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 164,960 down to 134,770.
I'm sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
thank you.
No, what we did was take the percent complete down to 50%.
Yes, I appreciate it, thank you.
Sure, I have to go. If this all finishes up and you don't have to come back until 3, just text me.
Is that right?
Maybe there's 3 here and then it goes to
Okay.
3 o'clock. So if that happens, otherwise I'll be back at 1:30.
Okay. Yep.
Sorry.
Call me.
No, just text me if what time we're coming back.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. 1835 is 417 South Fulton Beach Road.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
That's next. Opening hearing on case ID 2021-1835. Account 7064. 70643.
70843.
70843, sorry. What's the protest?
The protest is Q1 and Q2.
Q1, Q2. And the ARB members who are considering protest have not communicated with that? We did, we covered all 3 of them. Yeah. So I guess all we have to do is decide who goes first.
Actually, I think we'll go first this time.
All right.
This is hopefully this is the evidence we're bringing in. This property's, they got the market value of $10,040,450. And it indicates on your records here, it was sold in 2021 for 1.6. As we've been talking about throughout today, this is a pretty good indicator of what the value is. That's what it sold for. We owned the property in January. We have sold the property. So this is kind of a weird situation because the other owners, we've asked them to join us today, they did not come. However, since we did and are responsible for part of those taxes, we're asking for this reduction to be made. The reduction we're asking to be done is not only just the sale price, but also there's a prorated tax value in here, which means that's the tax that we already paid, so I don't think we should get taxed on the taxes. That's already been paid out. This is for the time that this is actually, our company is, this is Rock and Ray put here, I'm not sure which number it is. we're the ones that raised the property. This is the buyer, Rocky Riviera one. Okay, so we did have to pay this up front. So basically, the 1.6 plus the 11th floor. Now, my clients also asked me to ask that the board take into consideration that this money was lost. This had to be paid to real estate agents, and I believe that's all. Closing, there's some closing costs also. So what we would ultimately receive was this amount here, which is 1.4. But the actual property value compared to what the current appraised value, is about $400,000 less. And we can see it actually is this number here. So, as far as our percentage of it. Outside of that, that's all the estimates.
All right, Amy, you've got 2 minutes for cross and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
A little bit quiet. Okay, for our presentation, the district's presentation, we agree. Just to clarify our position on all these things, to be clear. First of all, our value is, we're doing a mass appraisal of the entire county. So one sale is not, things can sell above or below their mass appraisal market value. That's okay. The sale price of this property is totally reasonable. I mean, what it sold for, so it's probably what it's worth, somewhere around there. It'd be worth giving them the benefit of the doubt. As far as the top line, bottom line kind of thing on the settlement statement, on this closing statement, we always use the top number because the requirement is to give these things a fee simple market value, which is cash or its equivalent, and all of the things related to real estate agents and closing fees and financing costs and all the rest of that stuff is value added services. They don't come out because they're not worthless. The 1.6, that's the number. Somebody has a house, they pay a real estate agent, they pay closing costs. There's a lot of reasons why those things don't get included below the line. But I think the 1.6 is, I have no problem with that. I'm not even going to present our sales grid, show other sales, because this one's the most relevant. It's the subject. That's all.
Okay. Then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination, 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I think it was pretty short. The only thing that I understand that's where they're coming with evaluation. We wanted to present what the actual cost is down at bottom is 1.4. Definitely the 11,000 on the taxes should be taxed again. That was paid. You got to pay your taxes up to that date. That's getting paid to the county already. So taxing us on that value is going to be, I think, improper. But we also, I think definitely the 1.6 is correct with these down here. Just, we'd say it probably should be appropriate at 1.420895.
Yes, I'm sorry, that's it. Fine. You got 2 minutes for rebuttal?
Yeah, the taxes do get ignored basically every time. It's kind of counterintuitive, but it's not that big a deal. It's $1.6 million property, and we're talking about $12,000 in value. It's just, even if it was the full year's 40, it's just not that big a deal. It's $40,000, $1.6 million. Yeah, that's a rounding error at that point. They're curious why they don't get removed. It's because they're ad valorem taxes. So when something affects the market value of the property is the taxes, you end up with a recursive effect where the value is dropped, so the taxes are dropped, so the values drop, so the value goes back up, so the taxes go back down. So the value goes, it doesn't make any sense. It's why you load cap rates in commercial property. But It's not normally done, but if it were to be done on this property, it wouldn't have a significant effect. It would be, what, 1,560,000 as opposed to 1,600,000? All right.
Five, six.
115, take 515.
158,
1.588,
So we'll go to closing. Any final thoughts?
Y'all heard more than enough.
Okay. Aaron, anything?
588.
515. All right.
510 or whatever you do.
Yeah, you can't do 5. Gotta be 510.
510.
It's got to be 0.
All right. So I make a motion then on case ID 2021-1835, account number 70843. When considering Q1, incorrect appraised market value, Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal of the equity values, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $2,040,450 to $1,588,510.
Second. Just waiting for her to say.
I know. All there.
Aye.
Okay. We're done.
Got one more.
Yep. 1837. Oh, we're opening hearing on case ID 2021-1837, account 20514. Let's just verify what the protest form has on
it. Q1.
Q10. Okay. Guess we just need to know who goes first.
We'll go first on this one too. I can give a little more detailed presentation on this one. This property is my property. Talk about it. He maintains the property over there, correct? Can you tell him about the condition of the property as far as where things are right now?
It's basically just like it was after the hurricane.
Let me just say that actually, probably better if I just go ahead and go about a part of the background on this. This property is a nice property. It was. The hurricane did a significant amount of damage to the property. A lot of it's not visible. Since the time of the hurricane, there's been an ongoing issue with insurance. And this has been a fight that has gone on now. I got involved as a lawyer 2 years ago. It's not in litigation yet, but we believe we've got a settlement in place. We do have estimates now for the repair. The repair on this property, as it stands right now, is going to be approximately the house itself in the neighborhood, the estimates in the neighborhood of $500,000. The second part of this, which this is where you get into part of the visibility issue. See right here, there's a bulkhead underneath here, and we attribute it to the hurricane. Obviously, FEMA and other people don't, but there's been some problems with the bulkhead, which means it's going to have to be repaired done. We've got an estimate right now between 50 and 100 to go back and get the bulkhead repaired. The bulkhead sits under this, so it's sitting right up underneath here. The deck right now is actually like halfway done, but Mr. Taylor is replacing the deck, working on that. But as far as the damage, there's damage inside the house or damage to the roof. It does have, like I said, approximately $500,000 worth of repair. That is a new estimate because of the materials. That's why this was all supposed to start on the repair work in the last about 6 months ago. And we're getting everything finalized. We're trying to finish the bulkhead issue up. Because the bulkhead's got to be fixed before you do the rest of it. We think we've got it all hammered out. I'm hoping on our side of it that we'll have all this moving forward in the next 3 to 6 months. Hopefully we'll have the work started and have a significant completion over the next 6 months. That's the goal. Assuming we don't run into any more hassles. And I'm not blaming the insurance company. There's been issues across the board. COVID didn't help. Now the spike in prices on everything. I spoke with the contractor. He said, "Oh, our prices haven't changed. Our prices haven't changed." And then I called him back and I said, "Wait a second, they have to." And he said, "Oh, you mean materials?" I said, "Yeah." And that's when the price went up to 500. So it's a significant amount of repairs. I think the house is ultimately, after it's been fixed, it'll be worth quite a bit more. But as it stands right now, we know that those repairs have to be done, and it's neighboring between $500,000 and $600,000, more near than $600,000.
Scott, you might zoom in out a couple of times, or maybe just one side. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what's the date?
January 21.
Yeah. Because I think that in the house next door, they've got it down to.
Well, I mean, you can get the more.
The house to the right,
Yeah, I see it, but I mean, that's a boat slip in the deck because but we fixed a bunch of that deck.
Right. Morrison stuff all over there. Yeah. That's next door. There's just a lot of work that has to be done yet, but it'll be back to being a jewel when it's done. It was pretty. Yeah. The inside things for it's still like air conditioning needs to be repaired. That's all kinds of issues we had. And we just gotta get that bulkhead fixed and the whole thing's gonna be a problem.
And it's locked value. We don't want that. All right, got 15 seconds left if you need it. We're done. Okay. All right, Amy, you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
What's your opinion of value?
I'm sorry.
What is your opinion of value for the property?
Well, it'd be whatever you've given a value here of nine. Give a value of 925. What I've got here on there, you got it at 1 million now?
Well, it's $1,005,000.
Yeah, I would say it'd be near in the 400,000 to 500,000 at best. With all the repairs, I'd say it'd be near 400.
Okay, so all present evidence. This is property ID 20514. The last purchase was 2004, and the value last year was $925,507. There was an ARB decision in 2018 that set the value of $925,570. The current value is the subject at 100% complete, but at full depreciation from 1996. That is 27 years of deferred maintenance. 27 years of deferred maintenance includes hurricanes. It includes erosion, bulkheads wearing out, everything else. So what I'm pointing out is the $1 million value is not the value of this property in pristine condition. It's the value of this property if the hurricane had never happened and it had just continued to sit there. When it's done with the necessary repairs and renovations, it's going to be worth more than that. So the loss in value, present value, is different than the cost to cure because the target at the end is different. They're not getting it back to being a $1 million property. It's going to be $1.5 million property. But I think that their estimates are pretty accurate. I think the bulkhead estimate seems like a pretty good deal. If you get that for $50,000, that's great. Especially because like underneath that thing that's a big price. 50 to 70 is pretty normal for just an exposed bulkhead. So
I was trying to get somebody to do it because we've gone through everyone.
Yeah, that makes sense. We have some sales grids showing the value of the subject being $958,000. very hypothetical number. That's if the subject had never been affected by a hurricane and had just been sitting there since 1996 with deferred maintenance. I don't really see how relevant this stuff is to present. They both come in below the notice value, but I think we can agree that the subject is in an impaired state for sure. You've seen the pictures. It's got a long way to go. I agree, it'll be great when it's done, but it is not. Well, it'll be nice again. It's just, it's a work zone right now.
Anything else? Okay. So you have 2 minutes for.
I will wait. We presented our numbers. So
Okay.
I don't read the demo.
May I use some of your time to ask a couple of questions?
Absolutely.
In terms of the roof that I'm looking at here, does the roof still need to be replaced?
Yes. That's part of it. But they covered it, but it's, yeah, it's gonna have to be fixed.
The roof still has to be fixed.
Yes. It
The-
has been worked on.
Is the interior, are the walls there? Or are they down to the studs? Has it been gutted to the studs?
No. There's some damage to some of the walls, but the places where the leaks are, they've been covered so that they won't have any continued damage. Part of the problem we're dealing with is, depending on how that bulkhead is, all the problems with the actual house.
Yeah.
So we need to get that fixed first. And we shopped it for a year and a half, 2 years to try to get the bulkhead fixed.
Right.
And everybody, we've had divers look at it, we've had people, everybody, we've had a whole cruise come in here and they all come in and they're gonna do it and they change their minds. We finally got someone who says they'll do it. But, you know, we want to get that done because that's a tile roof, and if you go and put new tiles on and then something happens with the bulkhead, then you're gonna be replacing it.
Right.
And the insurance may not cover it a second time.
Is it dried in? Are the windows intact? Windows and doors?
I think the only thing that's breaking one of the skylights, right, but there's two that's double pane, so it's not.
But the windows and doors are.
Yeah, I mean, some of them stick and,
Yeah, but it's dried in.
for the most part.
From a builder's point of view, we consider dried in.
Yes.
How about the floors? The floors?
Yeah, there's in weather, there's like a crack in the pool. And then, but when the house, they did some bulkhead work. And then Morrison's, and it's kind of, but it's a continuous bulkhead that grabs all the way around. And so.
What about the appliances? Does it have appliances in it?
Yes, sir, but the air conditioners don't work.
Is it livable?
Yeah, I mean, barely, but it's, I mean.
Is there somebody living in it now?
Yeah, my son and I.
Oh, your son?
Right.
You're
We just
living in it
don't,
now?
right, we just don't have any air conditioning and.
Trying to move it more.
So, you know, it's been about a hot year or something, that much, but.
We think it's 75.
It's just, it's hard to.
66.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that, 75. Yeah.
It's just.
What do you want?
I was thinking 60, 65. I was at 50
All right, I'll go
until I heard this.
I go 65.
65.
Yeah. All right.
No air.
Yeah. I go 65. Guys, can you show me 65%, please? Sure. I can't read that.
748270.
748270.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1837, account number 20514. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $1,005,940 to $748,270.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for your
I
time.
really appreciate all of it. I know it can't be too easy to work y'all got going on here. That's all flood, huh?
Well, it's flood paired with the fact that the building never really got fixed up from the hurricane, and before the hurricane, we needed some stuff done to it as well. So it's sort of chickens coming home to roost on deferred maintenance, so.
Nice.
There's always something.
Well, this is how it happens. The wheels of government turn slowly, so
Yes,
the way it gets done is.
we have an
is forced
affidavit
to
and
happen.
nothing else, but we've got like 5 people on the docket, so we'll see what comes. Oh, okay. I see. All right, if you'd rather I do it, I can. Okay. I was gonna let you know, we've gotten a couple of calls, people want to come through and put stuff in our Dropbox, so that lane over next to the building has to be clear.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Makes sense to me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Y'all have a good afternoon.
Right.
We'll do the best we can with
Okay.
the construction zone. I have to go through some administrivia before we get to the meat of the matter.
Okay.
So just follow along with me, and I'll have some questions toward the end.
All right.
Let me take this out of here so I can face you a little better. Okay, where'd she go?
She was gonna try to tone down the noise
He
outside.
said it's fine.
Okay.
There she is.
We're
Just
good.
trying to cut down on the noise a little bit. All right.
And I have my sheet.
Oh.
The three together. There you go. Thank you. Don't scare me like that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we're going to open a series of hearings on case numbers 282, 283, and 284. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, Q2, Q5 other, and under other, it says no county maintenance of streets or drainage.
Is that for all of them or for one of them?
And it's just one of us, it's just.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do it again.
Okay.
For the others. For the appraisal review board, they'll be hearing your protest today. We're the review board, the four of us. Ray is the representative of the appraisal district. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey will be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptech.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, there will be a document created that says what conclusion we came to. It will also have instructions for what you can do if you don't agree with us and you want to appeal it further. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided this time. This is very important. Do we have all of your evidence?
Everything that was written down. I mean,
Right, pictures, anything that is going to be brought up in evidence.
I mean, other than my statements, and I'm sure you, I don't know whether that's considered as evidence. I think it is.
Yeah, this is just written in pictures,
No,
things
no.
like that.
Yeah, what I brought is what you've got.
That's good. The reason I ask that is because the law says you can't introduce something after the hearing begins.
I understand.
You can't introduce some new pictures or something.
Yeah.
The only thing I have is what's on my cell phone, which I didn't get developed from after the hurricane, and some of this other, basically the same. I don't know whether that's.
Well, you can't use your cell phone as evidence.
Mr. Chairman, I need to ask you to pause.
Yeah.
I just looked in the account because I was told that the evidence was in there, but you said you just brought it today?
What's that?
The evidence that you have
The
there?
pictures, yes, I just brought those.
Okay, I think whoever took it in didn't realize that it wasn't already in the system, because I don't see it.
She said she
in
had
there.
to scan it in today. But she took it and scanned it and brought it back to me.
Oh, she did?
Yes, she did.
Okay,
There are pictures in.
and they must just not be in the account. Okay, very good. Just want to make sure about that.
Thank you.
All right.
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F as it relates to case number 282, 283, and 284.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66. And this pertains to case number 282, 283, and 284.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. Change the accounts 42, 23, and 24.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it relates to cases 282, 283, and 284.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. That's your cue.
Yes, ma'am, if you'll go ahead and say it.
I, Carol Shulman, do solemnly swear to affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal board, review board, is true and correct.
And then say for cases and this case listing.
Cases 282, 283, and 284.
Okay, I, Walter Shulman, solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct on cases 282, 283, and 284.
Right.
I, Ray Preston, solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal board is true.
Good. I remembered you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The governor makes me ask if you have a license as an appraiser.
If what?
If you have an appraiser's license.
No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you.
It's just not in evidence. It's just-
Sheet of paper there above the oath that shows the procedure that will you follow throughout the hearing. Okay? You get to choose whether you speak first or Ray speaks first for the appraisal business.
Okay,
Which would you prefer?
I'll go ahead and present my part of it.
Okay, then we're going to do 282 first, which is 120 Little San Antonio.
Okay. And we're just gonna do that property at this time?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 120 Little San Antonio, my wife and I acquired probably 15 years ago or more, at which time it was a vacant lot. And you can't really see it on here. It's just past that RV right there. The RV is on 120. And anyway, I paid $3,500 for it. We cleaned it up. It had an old abandoned school bus, as did much of the property in the area. Nothing had ever been done to it. And we've taken care of it ever since.
I apologize.
All right.
And so I don't know how y'all come to your values on the property. I have, and I will discuss it later, other properties I've purchased since or before that. In no time in my life has anything ever in this area been what y'all say it's worth. There's no maintenance. That was a county road maintained by the county back in 1972. I mean, they actually paved it. Now, all of a sudden, it's a private road. There's no maintenance. After Hurricane Harvey, my son and I spent 2 months down here cleaning up that neighborhood and other neighborhoods, including Holiday Beach and the Aransas Pass. I spent $5,000 of my own money just to put material on that road so the people that live at the end of it could get to their house or their property. One of them was a 90-year-old woman that was out there every morning at daylight with her wagon, hauling whatever she could to put in the hole that would swallow a Volkswagen Beetle. She couldn't get in and out in her car to go to town. So, I mean, that's my biggest complaint. The county doesn't recognize us, but the county wants to tell us that our land is worth a mint. Well, I don't believe it. Nothing has been done. We were threatened after the hurricane that if we didn't clean our property up within 30 days, it would be confiscated, we would be sued, and there's abandoned property all up and down that street that's not cleaned up today. There's a 20-acre tract to the west of that property, to the east of that property. It has a house on it that floated and went through my property and destroyed one of my houses. It's still sitting out there. There's boats out there. There's RVs out there. I don't think you can see it. There it is. There's one of the RVs. There's the house.
I call it the Wizard of Oz house. 'cause
What's
it's-
that property worth? It's 20 acres. I mean, it's full of alligators and snakes. And they invade my space. So, I guess I'm really have an issue with the appraisal values of this property. I mean, this is gonna be my statement through all three properties, because all three of these properties go in winter. I've been there for 49 years. And I've taken care of my stuff, I've paid my taxes. It's not our permanent home. We spend a lot of time down here, we spend a lot of money in this county. There's property in Aransas Pass that I helped clean up after Harvey, that have dirt roads that the county's maintaining. The county has repaired them since the hurricane. And they go back into multiple properties back in there. Why can't they do it for us? Well, I will when we get to the other property. I mean, that's more of another issue. So that's basically on that property.
Okay. You got time left?
Yeah, he's got a minute left.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Have you talked to your county commissioner about that?
I have talked to county commissioners, I've talked to the county judge, I've talked to FEMA, I've talked to SBA. I've talked myself blue in the face.
Nobody listens.
For ever since Harvey. I mean, people basically laughed at me after Harvey. That was any office.
Okay.
So, I mean, I hope I'm giving you an example of why I feel the way I do and why I'm here. And we'll go into more detail because I've owned one of these properties for almost 50 years now. So,
Have you talked to anybody recently in the last year? Have you talked to anybody recently, the last year?
We haven't been down that much because of
well,
COVID.
because of COVID,
Yes.
we couldn't come down. But prior to that, I
Prior
did,
to
yeah.
that, yes.
Yeah. I got to know the ladies in this office on almost pretty personal basis, because I spent a lot of time in here, a lot of time over at the other tax office. I've got documents on vacant properties, some of which I maintain that join my property just to keep the critters out of my property.
Okay.
I've been wanting to purchase
I
it.
gotta stop you here. You'll have more time later.
All right.
So Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Just a real quick question. We don't work for the county, right?
I'm sorry.
We're not county employees.
I understand that. He expressed that.
Just letting you know.
But I have to,
You have to come here.
I have to
get it.
address y'all.
I'm just, we get beat up for a lot of things. The roads, I prefer you just beat them up over.
Mhm.
And we'll take the beating for the value and
Right.
that kind of stuff. But so you paid $3,500 in 2007, and the question would be, what do you think your lot is worth?
I think a fair value today would be about $8,500 because after Harvey, that's what I paid for one of the properties.
So if we settle at $8,400 on this lot, on your other two accounts, change those to $8,400 also, and all the protests are done.
If you do all three for $8,400, this is done.
We're done.
Okay. Nobody gets it. Okay.
We gotta go through the drill. In order to do this,
We have to go through all three.
I have to close the hearing, open the hearing, close the hearing, open the hearing.
Okay.
I do it 3 times,
Okay.
okay?
Go ahead. 8,400, Ray?
That's correct, 8,400. Not 85, he said 85, but we're at 84. It has to do with effective size.
Okay.
84 is the number.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-282, account 26359, when considering incorrect appraised market value, Q1, or Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, or equity value. And Q5, maintenance of streets and drainage, which this board has no authority over. I'm gonna move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $17,920 to $8,400.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that hearing is closed. We'll open a hearing on case 2021-283, account 26357. If you just make a statement that you agree with the 8,400, we can proceed.
I can, and I understand where y'all are coming from. But yes, 8,400 to me is more than fair.
Great.
A lot more than the 17 or 18,000 or whatever.
That's what I needed.
Okay. So then I move on case ID 2021-283, account number 26357, considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 equity value, or Q5 other. I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $17,930 to $8,400.
In favor?
Aye.
Hearing is closed. Opening a hearing on case ID 2021-284, account 26358. Did you make that same statement again, please?
Yes, sir, I will. I will agree for the 8,400.
Thank you.
So then I move on case ID 2021-284, account number 26358, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $17,920 to $8,400.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done.
Thank you. Like I said, property 118, I've owned for 49 years.
BC before.
When we bought that property, we had no running water.
Yeah.
Little San Antonio was founded by people that lived in San Antonio. We formed a water co-op. We bought water from the city. We ran the water main down Rattlesnake Point Road to both of those streets and put valves in front of everybody's property that participated.
Okay.
What I know, there's 3 of us still alive, and I'm one of those that did that.
Okay.
So,
Little history.
That's interesting.
Alive and kicking, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. When you guys came in, did y'all come through this?
We came out, yeah,
I
through the
think we're gonna
back.
have to leave the same way.
That's fine. That's not a problem.
Sorry for the phone, I turned it
leave
off.
that there.
Yeah, I can leave that there.
Yes, sir. You can get a piece of chocolate if you want it.
So.
Might as well.
She likes chocolate.
Yeah.
Y'all have a good
Thank
day.
you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you. Yeah, she had to untake it.
Oh, really?
The house order.
I haven't seen it.
You're welcome. Take care.
You follow these guys right here, right?
Okay, we can do that.
Never heard of that. Kirby, Texas. I hear a lot of different places that I've never heard of. I was pretty versed in Texas. Except for. Could be around. They are? Yeah. Okay. Enclave of San Antonio. What was it? Keeper.
Hey, what's next?
I don't know.
They've done all 3 of them?
Yeah, it was quick. They're quick.
Okay, it's Moreno. So, it is page 739. I'll be bringing it in.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi, this is Charlie. Yeah. So you can't get in the gate? Oh. I don't know their number, but go over and have them call me. Call me from there if you have to. Okay? Bye.
What happens when you're the big guy? Always get 10%.
What number is this?
739. 739.
What page is it on?
On the bottom of page 3.
Just below the show. Same area. What's in there?
Pintail Lane. Tiger lives on Pintail.
What page is that? Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
You watch. He's gonna go up to the harbor master's office there and try to get him a key.
Somebody coming to work on your boat.
You're gonna see they have a fit right here. Throw it.
We've never seen that.
Not gonna have it. Not gonna throw a hissy.
Kicking the squeakers on the floor.
Just Daryl.
Huh?
Daryl.
No.
David Moreno,
Howdy.
and you'll be sitting right over here, Mr. Moreno.
Let me turn off my
Oh,
phone.
okay, sure.
Nobody
Mr. Moreno,
Well, actually, I should leave it on so I can get the cavalry over here to help me
you're
out.
turning off your phone and we appreciate that.
Yeah.
But now I've gotta tell you that I may have to take a call in the next few minutes.
Uh-oh, it's gonna cost you.
Probably so.
What do I say?
Right over
Right
here.
over there.
Here?
Yes, sir, right behind here.
Oh.
Let me move this chair. So this is case 739.
Okay. All right, we have some administrivia to go through.
Okay.
So I'll go through the script, and when I get down near the end, I'll have a couple of questions for you. We're opening a hearing on case 2021-739, account 15910. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, incorrect appraised market value.
Q1, right?
Yes, sir.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. Ray represents the appraisal district. The review board is around the table. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created that spells out what our answer is. It also has information in it about what you can do if you don't agree with it, to proceed further with appeal. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Written material, pictures, everything, that's all been turned in, whatever you had, right?
Yes.
Okay, because we can't introduce anything new during the hearing.
No.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest. They're signing an affidavit to that effect.
Can I ask a question? Sure. When you said I didn't have anything written to propose, I just had a couple of items that I want to talk about if the House would value lower than what it might be.
You can talk about anything.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. You can
Okay,
talk about
okay, but as far as,
anything.
yeah.
You can't introduce documents or pictures later on.
Okay.
I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4162.
I, Robert Dake, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Kathy Hoffman, you solemnly swear that I communicated with the person.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Your cue.
Say that.
I, Joe David Moreno, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you, sir.
I request that the solemnly swear or affirm
I'm obligated to ask if you have an appraiser's license. The sheet that I think you're looking at is the way that the procedure that we're going to use throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first. Which would you prefer? You right?
Okay, I'm gonna go out.
5 minutes.
protest is market value. This is property that's located on Pintail, down towards the end of Pintail Lane, Coconut Cove. Sold in 2020 maybe, for a little over 400,000. And let's see here. Our sales grid, the first comp is the subject. Sure. Put the light here. Coconut Cove, and this is one of the lakes off of Coconut Cove Road in town. That's Salt Lake to the side there. That's the entrance from the canals into Salt Lake. So you would go, that would take you out to the bay in a roundabout way. You have to cross over and get the canal and stuff. So that comp number one is the subject. Selling in June of 2017. It's a 5SS and it's just under 1,800 square feet. Comp number two sold on Quail and it sold for 584. 5SS, 1,565 square feet. It's a single story home compared to a multi-level home on the comp number one. So comp number three is a sale on Pintail, 209 Pintail in the same month, June 2020. Sold for $350. It's a 5FB plus 1,500 square feet, and it's newer, 2019. So the location is different. It's further into the canal than 223 Pintail. The next comp is also on Pintail. Sold in March of 2020. Sold for $325. It's a 4MV, also a single story home. Let's see, it's a 1991. It's a little bit smaller. Median value for sales comparison is $422, showing that we're about $11,000, almost $12,000 high. That's it.
All right, Mr. Moreno, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask him any questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
I was trying to look on there as average square foot price sold on those properties that you mentioned.
The grid doesn't have that. We could put that in on the grid, Joe, but we would.
I mean, we could figure it out.
Well, we as the appraisal district would prefer not to, because in appraisal, that's not the best way to get the value. because of the contributory value of the other items. So we concentrate solely on the main area of the home. So if we're gonna talk about price per square foot, we're gonna focus on air conditioned space. When you do it the other way, porches, docks, boat lifts, elevators, all of that gets thrown in there. And so some houses have a lot more porches than others. So you can get a very skewed value of per square foot. Where you'll think, well, this house is 1,500 square feet, this house is 1,500 square feet. There's a difference in per square foot value, but it's because you're dividing it by a home that has other items.
I disagree with that. I'm a home builder and I know about square foot prices. So I've been to other ones in Bear County. So when you have a living area, you have so much square foot, and a garage, porch, patios are determined at a less per square foot.
That's correct.
And then you put it all together.
That is
So,
correct. So when that less per square foot, when you do it the other way, you find an average.
So I guess then you could average the whole thing as per living square foot, which comes out to whatever you want to do.
In our opinion, you don't arrive at any better spot than you started at.
That's the argument there. It's kind of hard to say. If you're taking all those factors in consideration when you put a price value on the house, then you have to put an indication of the garage, porch, patio.
Which we're doing. We're just not showing you the per square foot. I
want to show him all.
We're subtracting and balancing out the comparables to the subject. If it's better and worse, we're adding value to make the comp like the subject. We're taking away value if necessary in places. We're doing all that. We just don't want to put the square footage per square foot value because, in our opinion, it's misleading.
So where did you take away value of mine?
So yours is the subject. So to make yours like the subject, on this one there's no adjustment because this is yours. And then from here we're taking away value for this garage. You don't have a garage. Taking away value for dock. We're taking away value for a porch. So
what's
we're adding value here because apparently you have a pool and they don't. Just that kind of stuff.
So what are you putting it at now? 422?
422. That's the median value of the sales comparison approach. In this case, 4 cells, 3 of them on Pintel, 1 of them on Quail.
I would think the bottom such a big jump from one year to the next. About $170,000 jump from one year to the next. I believe what I had seen before was 258, now it's 263, what you had last year. And I see the 433, now it's 420, whatever. So when you do the math, it's like, I was hoping to retire over here and keep my taxes down a little bit when I sell my house in San Antonio. But so that's kind of my little thing. And I got a couple of items here that I don't know if you accounted for on my house. I got like single pane windows and no insulation underneath the house, which would add a lot of cost to having all that done. I know one of the houses that I have here, I don't know if it's one of those or not, was a new house, so I know that those probably got storm windows and insulation everywhere, where mine doesn't.
For reference, you got 2.5 minutes left. Our presentation.
When do you all determine the value of the house?
January 1st.
January through
January
middle of
1st.
January?
No.
Well, up till January 1st.
January
The
1st.
condition of your property on January 1.
That one there, that's on 2 canal lots. I only have 1.
So we were
I just put they got a workshop, boat storage, barbecue pit, all this other stuff. And it's 203 a square foot, and mine averages about 241, at least based on what I was reading before, from the 433 to the 258. So it's right around 240. that one there again, price per square foot, I know you don't kind of go by that, but
We don't
that's
mind.
something that I have to go by, because I don't know what else the house has other than what I'm looking at. But it's 173, that's still like $70 a square foot less. And that one there is I believe on open water. So that one there is on open water. And that one is on 2 lots. So, you know, each lot is about $100,000. Give or take, on a canal.
Where is Bullhead, right?
Bufflehead,
Or Bufflehead? Is it the same neighborhood or?
yeah, it's
Okay. All the Duck Streets.
same neighborhood. Those are all good comps. He presented good comps. He didn't, I had no problem with any of his comps.
Okay.
So Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need that much time.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that, you know, when you're comparing the square footage value, it's normally done one of two ways outside of this office. It's either done by subtracting the land, taking the remaining value and dividing the square footage of the home back into that number and not taking into account any peripheral items whatsoever. Just by the function of that, you can see in your head what people really care about is the square footage of the house, because they're using the square footage of the house to arrive at a number. But that number never takes into account class or depreciation. So when you use that number for comparison purposes, in appraisal, you're not talking apples to apples. You're doing, it's like a rough sketch. That's like a rough sketch. That's like, am I in the ballpark? Does this sound crazy kind of number? You know, like if you looked up a house, you're like, hey, I want to buy this house. That's the way you would do it. And then you would get the number and you would go, hey, this might be reasonable. Or you get the number and go, this isn't reasonable. Some people leave the land value in there. That's the second way. They do the same function, but they just leave the land in there. And then they arrive at it. Appraisal districts don't do that. When we talk about the air conditioned space, we're talking about the price per square foot of the air conditioned space, price per square foot of the garage, of the porch, not of the pool, of course, not of boat lifts, docks. We're going to be very itemized. So in his comps, while you can identify how much that is per square foot, it doesn't necessarily compare it. That comp isn't comparing it to anything. It's just saying that's what this is, and it's within a listing, which is great for the consumer because that's what they want to know. That's all they want to know. They don't want to talk about the porches and all. They want to see the porches, but they don't want to talk about how much did it cost to build that porch and how much did someone pay for this. They just want to know what's the total nut here. But that doesn't compare. That's not how comparisons are done. Not even by fee appraisers. They don't do it that way. So I don't know that those comps prove anything. My main concern was that we attacked this house. We've added 10 years to the home. It was in 98, we're at 2008. More than likely, this is a $415,000 house every day. More than likely. That's just what this house is worth. And if he was going to sell it, he'd get $415 to $450 for this house. The location is killer. That's the house could even possibly be a little substandard with that particular lot. It is a single lot, but it's a big lot. It's almost 12,000 square feet. It's on the mouth going into Salt Lake. It is outstanding to a buyer. It just is. That's it.
Anything else? Okay. So, Mr. Moreno, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it. And we'll go to closing.
As far as let's comment on the mouth, well, it's not quite on the mouth, it's a lot over, close to it. Eventually, the guy next door to me, Mr. Black, that I met, he's gonna build a duplex there, I believe. And that's gonna obstruct my view, but that's gonna be in the future. So I'm looking at all that, and you say about 415, I don't know if you took into consideration what I mentioned about the windows and no insulation underneath, which if I were to do all that, looking at 30, 40 grand, even as a builder with window costs the way they are today and material, I mean, it's very expensive. So, and those are two items that need to be done. So, get it down a little bit for my future home, not be up so high.
Okay. Anything else?
I was gonna make a funny comment, but I'm not. I was gonna bring a jar of Vaseline, but I said, better not. I don't take it.
I have a sense.
I'm sure you've got that before. Sorry.
Okay. Let's get a closing then. Mike, you got 1 minute?
Except it's not mine.
Right.
Oh, right, sorry, right.
My closing on this particular home is that if he sprayed the bottom with insulation and he put new windows in it, it would no longer be a $450,000 home. It would be somewhere north of that number. Maybe not the total $50,000 he needs to spend, which is probably what he would spend getting all that done, depending on his the way that he can purchase stuff. But he may not get all that back, but he's going to get a large portion of it back. Mostly the relocation. That's it.
Okay. So you got a minute to close.
Yeah, going back to the pool, what did you say the pool added to the value? Because that's in the eye of whoever wants 6,000?
Yes, I think it was 6,000. I mean, we can check.
It was.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a fair number to put on it, because a lot of people don't even want it, they'll cover it up with buying a house and cover up the pool, but.
Good. Okay. It's our time.
Huh? 215.
That's below the sales comp price, but.
I 422 or whatever. It's up to y'all. Whatever you guys think.
So you only 7,000 less than what you all had put on the original.
433 is what we noticed, yeah.
Well, 42 was market.
Oh, from the beginning.
Okay, we can, I'll go for 450. Yeah, good with that. All right. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-739, account number 15910. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $433,890 to $415,000.
Second. In favor?
Aye.
You're done. 415 it is.
I was hoping for less, but especially if I'm gonna make it home. Kind of working.
That's it. You're done.
That it?
That's it.
That's it.
All right. You up and give me a kiss.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in for 1:30.
Okay.
Only one person left. Oh, I'm sorry.
I've had people show up for contentious meetings.
includes everybody on the 1:30 docket. We do have an affidavit, and this will be Amen. And we are busy scanning in letters right now. So this is on the 9 o'clock docket, and I realize I think since it was the 9 o'clock docket, I don't have those affidavits anymore. I'll have to just go print them out real quick. It'll take a minute.
What's she have to print? Oh, the pages to sign?
Yeah.
Oaks of Bentwater?
It's 65974.
Page one. Going backwards.
Yeah, we skipped over to deal with the ones that were in person.
Woohoo.
Acceptable. Go back. Oaks and Bentwater. Is that where you?
That's the one?
That's the one?
Charlie, what'd they do with the shrimp bait stand?
They put it in a dumpster.
Huh? No, it sank because they had too much weight on the
Sank because they ran water in it all the time and rotted out the floorboards. Filings holding it up. Yeah, just tipped over about 45, 50 degree angle. Took it out in pieces and put it in the dumpster.
Case 992 on the 9 o'clock docket.
Ready, Eamon?
I am.
Who's back there?
I got it. We're going.
Okay. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-992, account 65974. This hearing is being recorded.
That protest is Q1, Q2, they've got Q5 other ticked, but they don't have any description.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present is true and correct. I'll read the property owner's affidavit into the record. This is County of Aransas, it's count 65974. Oaks and Bentwater LLC, address 300 South Wacker Drive, 1680 Chicago, Illinois, 60606 663.
Sorry.
Is this the call you have to take?
No.
Okay.
This was somebody in New York calling.
Mr. Likely.
Yeah. it was
Scam Likely.
Nigerian.
Yeah. Section 2, property description is 1702 FM 3036, Rockport, Texas 78382. Described as Rockport Country Club number 3, block 1, lot 31-RA to 31-RB, acres 14.606. Reasons for protest selected are incorrect appraised market value, values unequal compared with other properties, and other. Other is not filled out. Section 4 states that there are 4 pages of evidence included with this affidavit. Section 5 statement of fact or arguments are as follows. The owner has stated the pandemic resulted in a significant loss of income due to the waiving of late fees, month-to-month premiums, write-offs, and credit card convenience fees. Please see the attached evidence as submitted for review and consideration for a requested value of $8,070,000. Respectfully submitted. Section 6, hearing type. I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and the evidence or arguments submitted with it may be used for the hearing if I do not appear in person. This was signed and notarized in Bear County, July 6th of this year. Next is a property income analysis from Marvin Poor and Company. They're the agent representing the property. Pointing out that there's a net rentable area of 189,824. There's a number of units. Apartments are typically done by units. So it's a 200 unit apartment complex. Built in 2007. Most of them are about 949 square feet. Shows an economic occupancy of 95%, and actual occupancy of 89%. The shows the, let's see, 2020 and 2021 shows the valuations, appraised value, 8.1 million and then 11.6 million. There's a price per square foot and a price per unit. There's a 43% change, indicated cap on assessed value 5.7, income capitalization model. Okay, so they're showing their potential gross income at 2,389,212. Sorry, what did somebody? Oh, you don't need to. Okay, we're good. Tracking. All right, and then it gives a vacancy and collections loss of $420,000 and $109,000 secondary income, giving an effective gross income of $2,078,000 and change. List their operating expenses, including insurance, variable expenses, management, real estate taxes, and the total ends up being $1.3 million. The reserve for replacement is $350 per unit per year. That's $70,000. And it shows expenses including the real estate taxes without reserves and excluding. There's like 3 different versions of the expense totals on this. And the bottom one is expenses with reserves. And the middle one says expenses excluding real estate taxes and reserves. There's a net operating income with or without taxes. And it shows a market derived cap rate of 8.25%. And the load is 1.89. That's the aggregate tax rate in that area. The loaded cap rate of 10.14. And their valued opinion that they came to is 8.07. And the next page is not too stoked about presenting this. The agent provided us with the last page of their rental. So unfortunately, here it is. I would prefer this kind of thing not to be in public hearings, but here it is. It just shows their collections for market rate. You see, it's kind of hard to see. Right sideways, but it's right there. There's the market rent, and this includes other sources of income. There's some these future residents and applicants. This is their actual lease charges. So in this month, which was so in January, so this is the rent collected basically for the month of January, was $195,000. That's where they're getting their operating incomes from. All right. Okay. Our evidence. Oh, man. It erased my first page of it. Dang it. The first page is really relevant in this one. That's so. Is your first page blank or is it not? Oh, good. Okay. On my tablet, for some reason, it's blank. Okay. Yeah. 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 Did you see you had a question? Okay. For some reason on my tablet, my first page is blank. That happens. I know. I've caught the computer doing it. I don't know why it does it. All right. So this is account 65974. It's Oaks and Pentwater Apartments on 3036. The last sale price was in 2013. It was purchased by the current owner for $18.7 million 8 years ago. The value last year was $8,120,000.
Enough land and property.
Yes. The whole thing. Yes. And I will tell you the price that this thing transacted for was unknown to the district previously. It's new information in the last couple of years. We didn't know when it happened. I mean, if you come in here 2 years ago and ask what it sold for, we would have said, But that is really not an extravagant number. No, it's not. This is just, that's par for the course. It's a 200-unit apartment complex. As you can see, there is a storage facility up in the front. It's kind of interesting. All right, so we've got a value of $11.6 million on this property. That's for the land and the buildings, real estate. Gotta go through a lot of property cards. There we go. All right, here's the income calculation worksheet. I'm gonna go up to the front just so we're all looking at the same thing. All right, so we've got 200 units.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get it to.
You just want it on this side?
Well, that little blue thing on the projector was.
Just grab the top and drag it to the left side of the thing, and it'll put it on that half of the screen.
Huh?
Yeah, if you yeah.
I don't know.
There's a little thing. Oh, it's not doing it because it's the wrong side. That's annoying. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Windows. It should be fine though, right? Now it's not centering. Is it? You think it's covering up anything?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Well, just take that blue thing off the projector. All right, go ahead.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
Great idea. Okay. All right. 200-unit apartment complex. That's what we have. We have an occupancy of 87%. That's a stabilized market occupancy. The property owner, agent submitted a market occupancy of 95%, and their actual is at 89. We have them at 87. That's what we have as a market occupancy. The gross potential income is $195,116 per unit. And there is a vacancy included, giving an effective gross income of $10,115. So the effective gross income on this, if you remember on their paperwork, it was $2.35 million. So just under $2.4 million. And we have a market EGI of $2,037,000. So they're overperforming for our model. They're not the cheapest apartments around here, especially per square foot, because they're kind of small. The expenses that we've provided are market expenses at 55%, giving them a net operating income of $928,000. The indicated cap rate is 6.06 for a loaded cap rate of 7.8. 7.94. And there's no excess land value. This is just the valuation of 200 square foot apartment complex. That's where we get 11.6. Keep going.
Okay, so where you and they disagree is with the cap rate.
Absolutely. Yes, that's it.
The other numbers are pretty close.
Yeah, everything tracked.
I
That's what you
will
got
say,
there.
300,000 is nothing to wave off. It feels almost insignificant at this point, but it makes a pretty big dent with $300,000 at that point. It doesn't feel like that much, but it's a pretty big chunk. Their valuation would be significantly higher if we were at their actual effective gross income.
Now, where your cap rate came from where?
It came from CoStar, TREP, and sales of apartments. And refinances, loans, mortgages, all kinds of places. Cap rates on apartments are getting really absurd in 2020. They got really, really low. Like, the valuations for these things are, you know, a place like this is like $25 to $30 million. And I just can't justify that for just real estate. I don't know exactly what's going on. I don't know how much money you have in commercial real estate, but I would be very skeptical how much was in apartments because the way they're doing valuations on them is a little weird. But that is very conservative for what things are actually transacting for. Because I'm just trying to just do the land of the building. You know, we have had apartments that were destroyed. You know, you couldn't build this building for that. You couldn't acquire the land and build Oaks at Bentwater for 11.6. It just costs more than that. But it's not new. It's built in 2007. It's been through the hurricane. It got some remediation. You know, it's just a regular old apartment building. Keep going. So we have other apartment complexes. You can see we have similar lease rate, same market vacancy. The expenses, comes out weird because it's actually a dollar amount. Same cap rate. These are all in the same tax unit, actually. Tax units. So, is there anything else in this? Do we have any? It's just a sale ratio report for the income properties. That's it. Okay. There you go. Are we done?
It's our time. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, it's all right.
I don't see it.
At the bottom of that was settlement offer. Was there any settlement offer?
There was not. One thing that was asked was where we differ between them and us. Their cap rate is a little bit higher, and that's pretty much it. Our expenses are higher than their actual expenses, or than what's on the pro forma. So it's just the cap rate.
Yeah. What it comes down to.
Similar. Yeah, I'm not seeing any reason to change. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-992, account number 65974. When considering Q1, incorrect appraisal market value, Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal on equity value or any other items that might affect value. I move that we maintain the 2021 assessed value of $11,687,880.
All in favor?
Aye.
She was here and then left. I think she's coming back with letters.
And so we have a whole bunch of stuff at 3. Are we waiting for 3 and then see who shows up? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
What's that?
I didn't know if what the deal was with the 3 o'clock docket.
Is anybody here for 3 o'clock?
Not current.
Whew.
Well, we won't know till 3:15.
They just wander in off the street. They just wander in off the street. I got a gripe. Yeah, I got somebody to listen.
Guys in their 3/4 ton trucks, no offense, Charlie, because you weren't there, but they just had to get out there and see what was going on.
No, they're not.
Up and down the
We're waiting
streets
for Dial-Up with some letters.
Yeah, tears up the asphalt.
I got
Pretty impressive. We've got Val coming in with two letters. And,
They can push water. Peach tree. Yeah,
I saw a video.
Go ahead and read the letters while we get the next one.
Truck coming
Yeah.
down, I don't know if you're Tom Davis, but in that truck, the water was up to his grill, and he was pushing the water. He was pushing, when he came by, it was just a wave, kind of like out here. And it was waving, and it just went all the way up in his garage, just, that much water. Same thing here. Yeah, super dry, man, buddy.
Okay.
The letters are under, it's on today's date, just
Okay.
under agenda item 3 on your tablet.
So received today, this is property ID 14572, Barbara Walls, it looks like. So dated 7/8/21. That's Thursday, something like that. Dear Mr. Powers and Aransas County Appraisal Review Board, I'm responding to your letter dated 6/30/21 regarding your denial of a new hearing request for property ID 14572. I was surprised we were denied our request, and I'm asking that the board reconsider. My husband and I have been out of town for the July 4th holiday and have returned, so I am sending this letter to you now. I am also sending along pictures we have taken showing the property's condition of total overgrowth. Our property is located at the corner of Mac Road and Walker Road. The entire property is full of underbrush and scrub oaks with no drainage, as indicated by some of the pictures. We are asking that you reconsider the proposed 2021 increase to $144,750 from last year's $48,250. She's got pictures.
Why did we deny this? Is there a letter?
I didn't pull it, like I said, we just got those and I scanned them in, but they would be in the account if we want to pull that up. 14572.
14572.
And
Justification here.
No, just yes, yes, to reconsider.
No, go to ARB.
I guess we feel it was good cause the first time.
It should have been under correspondence.
Stranger things have happened.
Okay, I guess we'll project it on the wall.
Read it aloud, if you don't mind. To whom it may concern, I am writing this letter to your review board asking for the board to grant another hearing on behalf of me and my husband concerning the property ID 14572 at 521 Mac Road. We did not realize that we were supposed to appear on 6/24 and should have had we known, and would have had we known. Apparently, the notice that was sent to us was deleted inadvertently from my email address on this. When I received the one on 6/24/21 saying the case was closed because of a no-show, I immediately sent a notice via your website asking for another hearing so that we could state our case about the huge increase in appraised value. We have owned the property for many years now, and the value has remained the same all these years, and now has increased tremendously for the year 2022. You have made no improvements on the property. In fact, it is more overgrown now than in the past. I can take pictures to show this. We ask that you please reopen this protest and let us defend our case. Thank you for your time.
That's why you never do either.
Yeah, yeah. So, no. So quick with your fingers.
Is this the one that only they chose, one they chose to do it by email only?
Is that right?
We can look at the protest form. Oh, it was an online. So they requested that they be notified online, email history. And emails were generated 3 different ones on June 8th to tell them about their hearing, give them their notice of hearing and the evidence from the district.
Three separate.
Yeah, I think the question at that time is how many notifications do they typically get? They typically get a notification that you've got your protest, a notification that you had a scheduled hearing, a notification that you have evidence. So those are the typical things that a person gets.
Those are automatically generated from the system when it's an online appeal like that.
It can't all go to the spam folder. Got it.
Make a motion on this? Yeah. I make a motion on property ID 14572. We once again, second time, deny the owner Rawls a new hearing date because they have not shown good cause. Just cause. Just cause. In favor? Aye. Okay, this is property ID 30068 and 30069. Letter is dated July 6th. I'm sending a request to the board to allow us to protest our property value. My husband and I were very sick in June due to being infected with COVID-19. We were in bed for 2 complete weeks and are still having symptoms of the deadly virus. My husband just went back to work and I'm recovering still. I've attached the report from the Wilson County Doctor's Office in Floresville. The lab report states the COVID-19 is detected 6/19/21. We are normally very punctual with our personal business. However, this virus took a toll on us. We would appreciate a chance to protest our lots. When was their hearing date?
I'm looking at it. I don't think they.
It sounds like they want to do a protest.
Right.
And the
Go ahead.
protest deadline date was May the 28th, unless they were an ag property.
The date of the deadline for filing a protest was May 28th.
So this event that they talked about was subsequent to the deadline date.
Yeah.
And they don't have a protest on file. Let me look just to make sure. I think the only thing they have, let's see.
Yeah, I would say if they protested and missed, that'd be one thing, but if they never protested.
Well, do they have a protest on file? Is this Davis Scott? I see a protest on file.
Scott Davis.
Right?
Okay.
Were they not?
They were no show.
Oh, they were a no-show. They were a no-show on the 22nd.
Okay, so that would be right when all this was taking place for July 6th.
What's the deadline?
22nd for was their hearing.
4-day window to write a letter. Right?
Yeah, that's what the tax code says.
Say it again.
Same, don't
Absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah. You sure you can't write a letter? Can't pick up the phone?
Yeah, I'm inclined to give these folks a shot. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on property ID 30068, 30069, that we grant Scott and Laura Davis a second hearing. And if they're showing any symptoms, it should be a remote hearing. Yeah. Do I hear a second?
All in favor?
Aye.
So we're ready to start the 3 o'clock docket, and the first case up will be number 653.
They're here.
They are here in person. It is, the name is Siebert. Albert Siebert. So I have to go out and have him sign my notary book. So I'll go do that and then bring him in. It'll be, just 4 or 5 minutes. Yeah, so if that sounds good.
That sounds good.
All right.
Say it again. Other one. I would assume it's this guy's mother. She lives there. They have two properties, a house with a mom lives across the street. Well, you were here for the lot argument on her case on one side, where the people built a house and then they bought the lot next door.
Yeah.
And then I think while you were sick, the guy that bought the O'Connor lots on the other side. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's 3. No, it's 2 in a row. It was 3 in a row. Then the O'Connors made it 2 in a row. And he's
here. How about this house?
And then it's the guy that owns what's the builder's name? Guys. The Dias house, yeah. The one that's built, it's kind of strange. It looks nice. It's almost at the end of the point. Yeah, it's almost at the end. It's the last actual house. Oh, it's strange looking. It's a duplex. It's glass.
Yeah, and inside of that, I thought it was.
Yeah, it's like a duplex. It's built like, that guy, this guy, was the inside house. We put 30 people in that house. It's a mess. Oh, yeah, you used to have motorcycle groups roaring up the street. Then they roar out at 6 o'clock to go to breakfast. That's a whole other animal. Someone's eggs are like, yes, I know. A disaster. We got to write a check. Yeah, they hit us with a big assessment. Took the assessment money. Circle in the middle of Blue Heron and Blue Heron Circle. There was planning, put in electrical, and put in sprinkler system, and turned it into like a little. The people who live on Blue Heron.
Get some better people on the board.
Yeah, of course they are. they turned it into, that's their, that's where they have their community parties. Face painting, drinks, snacks, clowns, pony rides. Oh, it's lovely. There's nothing for unit 1 or unit 2. The beach, you know, that runs between what's his name, Maxie? Oh no, Maxie's house and Maxie Mayo and Minister. It's all falling in from, you know, way back. Women's home, okay. And you know, some. We'll get
And we'll be sitting over at this table, pick either chair. This is Albert Siebert.
Got it. How's your mama?
Doing good.
Good.
Yeah, she was in trouble there for a while.
Yes, she was. You ready? Right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. We have some administrivia to go through.
Okay.
I need to go through a script. And when I get down near the end, I'll be asking a couple of questions.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-653, account 24626. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest, it's Q1 and Q2.
We are the appraisal review board. We'll be hearing your protests today. The board is around the table. Ray is the appraisal district representative. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/survey/r/survey ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination to this effect. At the end of this hearing, there'll be a document created that spells out what our ruling was. It will also give you information about how to appeal if you don't agree with it. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Have you turned in all your evidence?
Right.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I got Malcolm, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with that person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Albert Frank Simon, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Hello, Ray. I'm obligated to ask if you hold a license as an appraiser.
No.
There is a sheet of paper. It's gone again.
We've got another one. Oh, now it's on from up here. Robert, do you have any extras on yours?
I don't.
Okay.
So Bill, you would want to tip my mom to, thank you.
She worried
Saved your life.
She worried me for a little bit.
I know, you saved your life.
Had a little experience in that lately.
Now, that shows the procedure we're going to use throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you speak first or Ray speaks first for the district. Which would you prefer?
I can go first, but it's pretty short and sweet.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Starting now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I own 3 properties here in Rockport, and I'm on the verge of trying to sell one of the 3 and learn how that works. I've never sold property in my life. I'm working with a estate agent, Key Labor Real Estate. And she says that what you do is you look at the sales of the last 1 to 2 years in that street, ideally, or very close to that street. You get the square footage, you get the dollar number, and you get the dollars per square foot. And that's how we're going to come up with your price. I have a lot in Sunset Bay right now that's being sold. It's basically based on a selling price of about 1.5 years ago. And so on Riviera, really, for the longest time, there's never been any other waterfront lots but mine and 3 others that belong to my family. So Harvey, and after Harvey, a bunch of them came into play. But right now, we've got the equivalent of 7 waterfront lots on Riviera in terms of square footage that just recently sold in the last year or so. And so what I did was I looked at the square footage, looked at the total dollars, and came up with a average square footage price of around $44.69. So I came up with what I thought the appraised value would be, just based on those particular lots, would be about $250K for my lot versus $296 or something.
Okay.
So that's all I really have.
Okay. Understandable, clear, understandable. Okay.
And 2 of those lots, I should also mention, 2 of those lots are right adjacent to mine, right next door to mine. So 27 Riviera, the 23 Riviera.
Your lot is which one?
25.
25. Okay.
You're in the middle.
I'm in the middle of those 2, right?
All right, Ray, then you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Of the land that you're selling in your land county, is this one of the lots? Are you selling this lot?
No, not this one. There's one in like the Sunset Bay subdivision. It's on the 143 Sunrise Drive.
In the compartment outside.
Question that I have for you on the MLS document that you provided.
Oh, right.
It says financing owner carry first. What is it? Is there something that we should know about that?
No, all I know is that that's what that lot sold for.
Right.
It sold for $250K. Not sure how they.
Is it an owner finance?
I have no clue. It's owned by another person.
Owner carries first. What does owner carries first mean? I don't know what it means.
Are you looking at this?
Carrying, well, somebody.
Are you looking at the property on 23?
I'm using his comp. He comp 23, yeah. I mean, 23.
23, that one right there.
I'm trying to find out, it's sold for $250. And it's sold for about the same square footage, per square footage value that someone next door paid that same value for 3 times that much.
It's sold.
So why did?
It's sold. Should I answer this?
No, you shouldn't.
Okay, I'll say it.
I mean, you should be careful. You should be careful to not.
Well, it was on record because it was just protest.
But it hasn't been submitted in this
Yeah,
hearing.
yeah, you just have to.
So only
I'll
these 2
You
can
just have to do it.
submit stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. It's new to me. I really don't know. So if it's just saying that this is an owner finance, if that's
The bank.
if that's what it's saying, then it's going to be my opinion that this doesn't carry enough weight to say that this is the market. And I think I would use his data to say that something's a little bit off with it, because in his data, 27, if we just stay on the same street, 27 through 31 sold for $45 a square foot and 39 sold for $43 a square foot. Both of those sales are extremely congruent. They're almost perfect, but they're 3 times as big. So that would tell you that just on the economy of scale, that someone should have paid more for 5,600 square feet than $44. They shouldn't have landed in the middle. It should have been a little bit more. I mean, that's just like, you know, and so the explanation could be the owner financing. Owner financing always adds a wrinkle. It could be any kind of wrinkle. It could be that they knew the person. I mean, there's some kind of relationship based on trust here, where they, for some reason, feel that it's okay for them to carry a note on a lot in Key Allegro, the most marketable,
Just for reference, you got 3.5.
real estate property in Aransas County. So that's better than having someone get a loan. That's just very odd. It's just odd. You're not normally dealing with owner finance on Riviera. You're normally dealing with owner finance on Armstrong Road or some place where people who can't get loans are trying to live. Okay, the ACAD evidence, there's a few things under protest, Q1 and Q2. We have incorrectly the sale, comp number 1, 23 Riviera. You'll notice we thought it sold for $269. The reality is it did not sell for $269. It sold for $250, closer to $44 a square foot and not $48. 2 Jamaica sold for $280,000 a square. $280,000, about $49 a square foot, and it's similar in size. It's almost exactly the same size at that $49 a square foot. 25. This is part of that. Let me see. But that's the center. Okay. So 55 Nassau sold for $315, about $60 a square foot, giving a indicated value of $52 a square foot. We're at, I guess, right around there. Weighted value of $295. And then equity is going to just produce our data because it's on the same table. So both of our grids support it. And overall, my only cause of concern is that the comp is owner financed. That's a little bit troubling for me. That's it.
So you're saying that's not a comp?
No, it could be. It's just odd that there's an owner finance on a lot of Key Allegro. That's very odd. That makes me think there's something I don't know.
That only applies to one of the 3 comps.
That's correct. And it's also the comp that we have the wrong purchase price on. Of our comps.
Yeah.
On his comps, I would say that's also true. Just one of the only one he provided MLS for. But we're not refuting his data. Just the details of one of the cells. I'm done.
Okay. So, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need them. So I'll give you 4 minutes here.
Yeah, my feeling is that a lot really should be based on Riviera. Certainly not Nassau. I mean, that one's way out. I don't know enough about Jamaica. That's not on the same street. But for so many years, I've owned this lot for 20 some odd years. There's never been a waterfront lot sold on that street. So I couldn't argue one way or the other.
Yeah.
Whether you guys were right or wrong. And I knew the original owner of 23, and he did try to sell that lot for over $400K. And every time I would come by and visit my mom, I'd find out the lot was reduced in price more and more. I mean, this was not selling at the appraised value. So eventually he did sell it for the $250. I just think for sure the $290 and $296 doesn't seem to be appropriate.
That's why we're here today.
Okay, anything else? Okay. Ray, you got 2 minutes if you need it?
I don't.
Okay, we'll go to closing. 1 minute, any final thoughts? Okay. Ray, you got any closing? Okay.
So he's got 244, right?
He's about median sales value, 260.
Yeah, he's slightly above his sales bid. I would suggest maybe we adjust or put a new value on 23 Riviera based on 250. See what that does to the median. Adjust accordingly.
Yeah.
250 is the number. The three that we just heard the protest on, the 3 lots, 20, whatever it was, 27 through 31 or something like that. We just heard that. Those were originally 2 lots turned into 3 lots.
Yeah.
So now they're at 256 each. And the one on the other side of this line, we determined that it was 250. Same size, all of them identical. It's 250. It's 5,600 square feet. According to his data. Next door. And it's raw land, it doesn't have a house. Yeah. Yeah. Or at least.
Yeah, but I saw, I agree with Brad in something you read.
He told us, I won't go into it, but he told us, the property, or not Mr. Seibert, the Mark Klosky sat there and told us what the situation was. Mike was the district rep. He said, huh? No, Mike quizzed him on the finance. He told him not only why, but terms. It was 84. It was 16. It was all brought in.
Slightly lower than their 295, 745, so that's not going to change that much.
No.
Well, if you use the new median price for the $250 for the lot next door, then that lowers his value down to 294,616, which is not, it's not changing that much.
I'm lost.
Yeah, I do.
So here's just something.
The concept of Ray used one example. Relative to 250, and he did the averages, don't you?
That's
Oh,
right.
okay.
Went back around.
294,616. Change it a little bit, not much.
But on the other hand, for our next to it, so it sold 250. Show me it's sold.
And the 3 lots on the other side are 256 each.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's 5 lots out in the road.
Yeah.
It's 250.
Yeah, I think so.
What?
Around 250.
I go 255.
I can go 255.
All the way down to 250.
It's just 250 and 270.
Yeah.
What was the median?
No, we're saying that all the other properties on that street all sold.
5261 using per square foot, using putting the 250 in lieu of 269.
I just did the 770 divided by 3.
Yeah. I really think that's a better number.
770 divided by 3 is whatever that is, because that's a screwed up kind of deal. We're just dealing with one lot that's the same price.
That's 256.
256?
255.
255.
Okay, 255. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-653, account number 24626. When considering Q1, incorrect appraised market value, or Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal equity value, and I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $296,800 down to $225,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Seibert. I'll walk out with these. The next case is going to be 1384 in person. 1384, last name Shaw.
Bill, I want to shake your hand. I have not done
His mom's problem breathing. Working in the neighborhood, and I got a phone call, said, you go check on her. I just got a phone call. So I went over, knocked on the door, and she came to the door, and she was all pale and having a hard time breathing. She said, I'm not doing good. So Cindy and I helped her down the stairs, because she doesn't have an elevator. Helped her walk down the stairs, put her in the car. I took her to, whatever it's called now, emergency room. And she was in congestive heart failure. Yeah. But, oh yes, they took her by ambulance to Corpus, and so she stayed there for 2 weeks. And then they got her stabilized and moved her back home. And after a week, 10 days, she was off the oxygen, back to normal. But yeah, that was, and she's 80, she's 87, 88 years old, something like that. Lives by herself. But now the kids come every weekend. But I've never done it before. There's 3 kids. Yeah, I've never done it before.
What did they do? Rescheduling the season?
Reschedule.
Okay, they go. Basically.
This is another one of those properties I've never even heard of this. Yeah, never even heard of that before.
Well, on school streets and all that.
Atwatch.
It's on the other side of the.
Never even heard of that. 30-something years. Never heard of it. Yeah, but I've never gone past the building of the units. I've never driven anywhere. And I've been on the other side. And I've been on the other side of it, like 10, 17.
You're gonna sit at this table right over here. This is Mr. Shaw.
Hello, how are you? Good.
And I am going to go retrieve his evidence. It's been scanned in. Again, it's case 1384, Edward Shaw, and I will be right back.
So you guys got a fun day or two?
Absolutely.
We have some administrative to go through before we get down to the meeting
Sure.
matter. I'm gonna go through the script, and toward the end, I'll have some questions for you.
Sure.
We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1384, account 56366. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2.
Thank you.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. This is the review board around the table here. Ray is the appraisal district representative. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form emailed to pcad.communication@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You may also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created, mailed to you. It will contain our ruling plus information about what you can do if you disagree with it.
Okay.
In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Have you turned in all of your evidence?
Yes.
ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Edward Shaw, do solemnly swear the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I'm ready, President.
Oh,
sorry.
I'm obligated to ask you if you have a appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, I don't.
I think you have a sheet of paper there that has the procedure that will follow throughout the hearing,
Right?
and you get to choose
Who
who
goes
goes first.
District go first.
What's that?
The district go first.
Sure, right, fine.
So we're on Perry Road. Everybody may not know where that is, but it's on the west side of 35 in Clinton. It's called the Clinton Outlots. So there's Prairie, Lone Star, Mesquite, and maybe forgetting one, Wisher. All of those roads, they run perpendicular to 35. And west off 35 in the Fulton area. This is a recent sale. I think it would help me in this.
Transfer station to the right of the.
That's correct. It's how you used to get to the dump. That's
Oh,
correct.
right.
Yeah. So I think that's right. Yeah. This sold in, like Eamon said, it's not coming up on my tablet, but it sold recently for 3 something, 320, 325, something like that. And so that means it's going to be comp number 1. Here we go. Comp number 1 sold July 2020, 325. We have 323 on it. I think this is the one. I'm not sure if the listing is in here or not, but this listing used to talk about how like a Hollywood person owned it before or something, right? Is that this property? Okay. That's what I remember about this listing. That was one of the things in the listing is some movie person. Who was this stuff?
Nobody.
It was a bogus, right? Yeah. Anyways, that's a side story. That's comp number 1. Comp number 2 is in Lighthouse Cove. which is a subdivision off of 3036. And sold for 305, class 5. It's a newer home.
Could I ask what the class means?
Yeah, there's 7 classes. Class 1 being the worst, class 7 being the best. Class 4 is average, and class 5 is above average.
Okay. And the SS?
Standard siding. It means that it's a wood sided house.
Okay.
And FB is fiberboard or hardy panel.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. So comp number 3 is in Sand Dollar Circle. Sand Dollar Circle is located off of Chaparral, another one of these parallel roads to 35, heading west. Class 5 home, 1,900 square feet, also much newer. You'll see there's a large adjustment for land. The land is way different between the 2 homes. The equity gives you a median value of 325. It's just picking the middle one there, which is comparable one. Equity grid. So now we'll get into stuff that's not sales, but is in the general area. Should be close to same class and square footage. Comp number 1 is on Mesquite Street. Class 5, land size. It's bigger in land. It's also bigger in square footage. Comps out to 333. Comp number 2 is on Prairie, class 5, 1,800 square feet, a little bit smaller. It's also newer. The land size is different.
That's a nice house.
It is, yes, sir. The comp's out to 314. And then there's a comp in Lighthouse Cove, class 5, big land adjustment, and much newer home. Comp south gives you a median value of 333. I guess the administrator's opinion is that 323 is a good value for this house. That's it.
Okay. You have 2 minutes then to ask him any questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. All right. I see one of your first comps was the property in question, and it was purchased, we purchased for 325. And if that had been 265, I guess the final appraisal would be quite a bit different.
What was the previous year's value? Let me see.
246.
The one before that was like 180.
Yeah, but that probably had to do with the storm. You know, there was a declination. And
But I'm guessing if we had bought the property for 265, it would have changed that value that you have on the property
Let me
now.
look at the card. Let me try to answer that the best I can.
And I only bring that up because when I talk about something else in a minute, there's only a couple of reasons I'm here.
Well, I don't know if we would been, there was listing photos, but we probably would, to answer in honesty, we probably wouldn't have went as high as 3 something, but we may have been over, we may have been 280, 290 or something like that.
Okay. And then what would happen if, let's say, the property was purchased, and then after the time the property was purchased, if somebody had built a meatworks nearby, change of airport flight path, would that affect the value of a property?
It would, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but sometimes it takes time for that effect to happen.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
I've got no more questions.
Yeah. 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so just very, very quickly, basically I'm here just to say that the price I paid for the property, you get foreclosures, pre-foreclosures, just regular sales, and you can get a huge variation in prices you pay for property. I was in a situation where I had to make an offer subject to sale. I'd lost all my income due to COVID. I couldn't get bridging financing. I had a mortgage on my house that I was having to pay and I couldn't afford to pay. Fortunately, I had enough equity tied up in my house. So I was looking for a property I could buy where somebody would accept a subject to sale, which typically you pay more for than subject to sale. Because the person's going, well, if you want me to wait 2 or 3 months, then you're going to pay extra. And we had originally made our first offer We felt the value at that point was around 295. We made our first offer at 305, getting 10,000 for subject to sale. She wouldn't budge. We looked around for more property somewhere else. We found one that we really liked that was really, really clean. It was really pretty, but they wouldn't take a subject to sale. So we're pretty much stuck in this thing where you've got mortgages to pay, you've got pretty much very little income, and you're trying to find another house to move into. I was fortunate, as I said, that I had the equity in the property and I was in Stone Oak, so there was some people ready to buy it. So basically, through circumstances, we got pushed into this house, which it's okay, it needs a lot of work. It's definitely not a class 5 building. This is probably a class 3 building. The whole exterior is just poor. The interior looks like it was painted by a 12-year-old with a can of paint and a roller, rolling over the windows, rolling over everything. There's leaks in the house. This is, you can see, you can't really see. There's leaks coming down through the ceiling. Pictures aren't the best. Pictures are pretty good. Leaks coming out through there by the light fittings. This is on the last rains. There's all water that's come down. That's all on the floor on the inside of the house from coming down through the roof. That's on the windowsill inside the house. Just all the water coming through. There was one big leak that I've been able to fix. You can see there how the house is painted. That's how the whole house is painted. They paint over the windows. They paint over everything. There's cracks everywhere. This is what the bathrooms look like. 1960s bathrooms. The edge of the interior falling away. This is not a class 5 house. The house I left in San Antonio would be class 6. It was beautiful. So all I'm trying to say is that I overpaid. The AC is old and worn out. That's my power bill. That's in June. It's running at 8 thermostats at 80 degrees. It uses over 3,000 kilowatts of power. When we got there, the rats were infesting the property. We didn't know. Our inspector didn't find the rats. This is the invoices from the rats. Trying to get rid of all the rats. The fluff in the ceiling is sodden with urine and rat feces. I'm going to have it all sucked out at some point in time and replaced, because if you go up on the roof, the stench is so bad. What else can I say about the property? Okay.
You got the roads blocked is the next set of pictures.
Okay, so then we have a problem. When we came into this property, John Hammer, who lives at 1217, which is just before the transfer station, he had been trying to sell this property. We're not from Rockwood. We don't know the area. So this is what I believe is an illegal RV park in a single residential, but nobody seems to mind. Anyway, so this John Hammer, he was trying to sell the property. It was super tight. His little house, a little shed, a little carport thing, and I said to the realtor, what's going on there? Oh, he's the can man. People bring him cans and he weighs them, and it was all super tight. His sale didn't go through. This is a daily basis, and this is what it looks like. If you can imagine someone driving up this road to buy this house today, I wouldn't have bought it if this was like this now. There's always trucks and trailers blocking the road. Did you see the big pictures of the big trucks blocking the road? Offloading the huge bins? This is a regular occurrence. Then you have piles and piles and piles of big black trash bags. I've spoken with Aransas County and I've spoken with the town of Fulton. They don't want to know about it. If you see the trash bags, that's another illegal RV park that they're building on Perry Road as well. Don't worry about it. This is stuff they just dump on this side of the road. It could be old trailers, it could be cars, it could be everything. He works all the way up to the surface. This will lie like this for months and months, just rotting and festering. You go by there, it stinks. All the Aransas County can say to me is, call the health services. Nobody can help tidy this thing. This affects the value of the property dramatically. And this has happened since I bought the property. So,
right next to you?
Sorry?
They're right next to you or just on your street?
This is on the street, probably halfway to the house. Very, 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 I mean, sometimes you can't even get through. So this, I believe, affects my value. I believe these people with these little illegal RV parks that they've set up on the streets as well, which is single residents, single family residents, I believe that affects the value as well. So that's why I'm here today.
All this has popped up since you bought the house in 2020?
Yes. Possibly it was going on before, but when we bought the house, it was all clean and tidy because he'd been trying to sell it. I don't know what was going on before. I've never lived in one.
It's the property just east of what used to be the entrance to the dump.
Just before,
It's been
yes.
going on for a long time.
Right.
But I'm not saying that to discount the fact that during your time of driving up and down, maybe he was trying to sell it.
No, he was. You can look it up.
Right, no, I get it. I
Right.
get it. Interestingly,
That's in just
I don't know
there.
if it's interesting or not, but, you know, we raise values around here, not just because of you, by the way, but, this property, like, here's the dump, right? This is the dump.
You're all right. There it is.
That property sold.
Right.
Or this property sold.
Oh, that one did.
This one,
Yes.
for a lot of money. I mean, someone paid a pretty penny to be right next to the dump. So the appraisal district's just reacting.
I mean, the transfer station is awesome. I've got no issues with
Yeah,
the
but you don't
transfer
wanna
station.
live by it. It's awesome
But
because
it's
you can
clean,
dump stuff
but it's
there.
clean and tidy.
Yeah, I guess.
No, it is.
Well, compared to Mr. Hammond's place, but it's still the dump. I mean, a clean and tidy dump is
I
still the
consider
dump.
it a transfer station. I mean, it's probably the best run transfer station I've ever seen.
Okay.
Okay. Ray, you got 4 minutes.
But Mr. Hammer over
The
there, I
thing
mean,
is, the thing is,
property is just,
Mr. Shaw, here's the thing, is you've got this purchase, right?
yes.
We have fastly arrived at a spot where these guys, in my opinion, these guys here can decide whether or not you paid too much.
Right.
That's what they get to do.
Right.
What do I think? I think you have at least a $300,000 house in this county.
Right.
Given all your problems. I don't like the fact that I'm assuming that you had an inspection.
Oh, yes.
And I don't like the fact that some of this, like this extermination stuff slipped past all that. That's
I was shocked.
That's very concerning. You know, like if you miss that, what else did you miss?
Oh,
You know, were you on site when they inspected the house?
we were in San Antonio.
So you weren't. So maybe they inspected the house at 50
My
miles
realtor
an
was
hour.
with them. Yes, I don't. It was her inspector and everything else
Yeah,
like that.
I would say that all stinks.
It does stink.
No pun intended, yeah.
You know, we even had dead rats in the roof.
No, I get it.
And we couldn't get to it. I
All
had to
of
cut
that
out the
is,
ceiling
all of that
underneath
is a big problem. All of that is a sign of like a poor real estate transaction. If we just say that you're telling the truth about everything, you make that assumption, you're under oath.
I'm under oath.
Then everything is pointing to this is a poor real estate transaction. This is not the way it's supposed to be done.
No, and I've had a lot of real estate transactions that have all gone great.
I understand.
You know, and this was just a bad situation I was pushed into.
So I don't have anything else. I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Shaw, you've got 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need them or want them.
No, I don't.
Okay. You got anything for closing,
No,
Ray?
sir, I'm fine.
Okay. 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts?
No, I don't know what the procedure was. It's just, I mean, yeah, no, I've got nothing else to say. The chocolate was very tasty. I don't often get chocolate.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think it's
We put out the raise
classed.
change the 5 to 3.
That's really the class is 3. It's definitely not a 5.
I agree.
I hope to have it at 5 one day, but it's going to take an awful lot of work.
Well, we can't change the class, but what we can do is look at what the class would be, what the price would be if it were considered a 3.
Okay.
And then change the value.
And then, if you can recommend anything I can try and do with Mr. Hammer, I mean, they
No,
want
see,
to last.
you're in the city of Fulton.
Yes, of
The
course.
city of Fulton, like you're talking about, they can't have RV parks. They totally can.
Oh,
The
can
city
they?
of Fulton doesn't do stuff like that. They can do whatever they want.
3.
Oh,
It's, comes out almost last year's value, actually. It's 244,580.
244,580.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I suggest economic, we do an economic on top of that and make it another 10%. Yeah. Yeah.
They overpay for it, you grant you that, that's too bad, right? Only try 10, see what comes out.
10% would be another 24.45. Two,
Does that come off the whole thing or just?
yeah,
just the
well, we
approved?
offered 24.45.
Okay.
By 24,550, 580, sorry, 244580, right, Eamon?
Yes.
244580 minus 10%.
220, 120.
220,
20,000.
120.
Y'all are doing that calculation, just know that when we put 10% in the account, you can come up with the number. Never mind, just come up with the number. Yeah, because it's not gonna take 10% out of the land.
Gotcha.
So just come up with your number and be happy with the number and we'll all.
Right, 222, 120. 222, 120.
220.
Round it off.
222.
I'll get it. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1384, account number 56366. When considering incorrect appraised market value Q1 or equity value Q2, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $323,130 down to $220,120.
All in favor?
South Africa?
Along many places, yeah. Originally UK, then South Africa, then back to UK, and I was in Saudi for 10 years, then in New Zealand for 5 years, and Texas 16 years.
Wow.
Trying to place your accent.
This is my home now. So.
What would you do for a living in all those years?
Well, I started off in computers, of all things.
Okay.
Like the first mainframe computers back in the 80s, early 80s. And I went to Saudi for that. And then after 5, 6 years, I got into oil and gas. And I started into the monitoring and all that type of stuff. And then I was running a company in San Antonio as the chief operating officer. In 2016, oil price dropped, the bank pushed us into a merger, and I was in one of the surviving management teams. And being over 55, you can't get a job. And with foreign credentials, you can't get a job. So I started doing consulting work, which was going okay. More time with the family, but then when COVID hit, that just disappeared overnight. It was bad. So we were going, well, we got equity in the house, we love the beach. Let's just try and find a place with a little bit of land. And we wanted some land so that we could have chickens and things, because especially after we moved to Stone Oak for the first time, we're going like, man, in a crisis, you've got nothing, you can't have a chicken, you can't catch any fish. At least we were thinking, well, down here, we've got a well, if I have a little generator, I can run my well, and we love it down here. We're not holiday home people. This is our residence. We moved here and we love it. And my son, I've got one 14-year-old son at home, the older one's gone. And he was Stone Oak, the top school district, exemplary, struggled the whole way. I had to teach him myself. I'd go see the teachers. They didn't care. He comes here. He's got the first year here was last year, but AB honor roll. He was just happy. I didn't have to teach him anything. The teachers are good here. The school is really good. It's really, really nice. So, yeah.
Well, we wish you all the good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your time.
Okay, well, thank you.
And the chocolates. I don't know if you get chocolates.
You can take some.
I'm sort of diabetic. So. Which is, so there was people saying to me, how could you be diabetic? Just, type 2. And I mean, well, must be genetics. What can you do about it? But thank you so much.
All right.
And I hope you have a good day.
And you're gonna go that way.
That way out.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We do have somebody signed in.
What's that?
We do have somebody signed in.
Yeah, I was thinking,
Zoom?
is the school good? Or your son just happy because it's easier?
I know.
I remember I moved as a kid, I moved from Texas to New Mexico. And I was happy too. Because in New Mexico, the education was so dumbed down.
You're talking
Yeah, it was
1%.
like, you didn't, you know, it was like coasting. I remember leaving New Mexico and coming back to just the state of Texas and thinking, you know, this sucks. They even had, in New Mexico, you don't go to school a full day on Wednesday. But for the whole year, every Wednesday you get out of school at noon, when I was there. It was just great. And then, you know, they didn't take their education super serious. When you go to New Mexico, you can kind of tell they don't take it super serious, you know? Yeah, right. But, yeah, sure.
What are we waiting for?
I'm waiting for Val. I don't want to walk through that.
Pain.
It's really giving me a headache.
Going back front.
Oh.
That'd be hard. All the fans going. Electrical cords going everywhere.
No, it's always weird to find people who've been all over the world and they're super happy at Rockport. You know?
New Zealand? Hey,
Yeah.
That's the best dump I've ever seen.
Sorry, we're extremely short-staffed.
Sorry, Val.
No, I'm so glad you did, but I was having to forward someone to get off the phone. Next, we have two hearings. We've got one affidavit swear-in for it. It's going to be case 1722 and case 1723. The last name is Huff, Dawn Huff. She has evidence in a drive.
Miss Kitty.
All that's out there about?
What's that, Kathy?
Is that it?
No, there's one that's going to be by phone, and then there's an affidavit as well.
So we have two for Huff?
Yes, and we'll swear in all at once, and I will go get her.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think you should put the sheet.
all right.
Yeah.
Grab
I
another.
almost said
Thank
something that I thought,
The table.
I think they're so glad to get out of here. They just scoop up everything on the table.
No, he wanted to sit as well. He was ready to sleep for a while. Nice guy.
I looked over.
I couldn't drive through that.
I looked over after he was gone and it was gone.
No, I saw him when he picked it up. I started to say something and I went, we got a copy.
Our vice president doesn't think we have a copy.
She was vice president, think in the same sentence. We're being recorded. That's all right.
I think she thinks we have outhouses too. Yeah, I've got a scanner copier in my outhouse. I go. Okay, she had an appointment today. She had the same thing that y'all had.
This is Dawn Huff. Hi, how are you? Back over there, either chair.
Hey, Don?
Yes.
One of your accounts, the one in Coconut, where you put in there that there's no improvements on this one?
Yes.
Is it you're happy if we just remove that improvement value and then you're okay with the land value?
Yes.
So we can.
So that one should be easy,
That's
yes.
easy. There was times when I was trying to call you this year, you were out of town,
Okay.
and then we just didn't ever work. But we can fix that. If that's all we're really protesting on that particular account, that's fixable.
Okay.
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 We need a piece of paper for that.
Oh, so a settlement or something on that? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Well, Charlie's gonna open up a hearing, we can just wanna take care of it all.
Okay,
We can do that one fast, though.
all right. Okay. We can do that. We have some in this trivia to go through before we get down to the heart of the matter.
Okay.
Just bear with us. We're opening hearing on two protests. Case number 1722 and 1723. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest for this one is Q1, market value.
It's 1722?
Yeah.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. Ray represents the appraisal district. We're the review board around the table. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.
Are you done with, you get called back or just no?
Okay, that goes. Or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created and sent to you by regular mail, and it will contain our determination of value. It also will have instructions as to what you can do if you don't agree with it and want to appeal. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
What I submitted with on the USB drive, and then I was also using the comps that you sent me in the mail.
Okay. You have the USB drive?
Yes.
The ARB members who are considering the protest did not communicate with anyone about the protest or signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. And this is to apply to case number 1722 and 1723.
I, Robert Dake, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. This applies to case 1722 and 1723.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F pertaining to accounts 1722 and 1723.
Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F pertaining to case number 1722 and 1723.
Testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Dawn Huff, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct. and this is regards to case 2021-1722 and 1723.
Aransas and Sal swear from the testimony shall present to the official review board is true and correct. The case is 1722 and 1723.
I'm obligated to ask if you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
I do not.
You have a sheet of paper in front of you that has the procedure that we're going to use during a hearing.
Okay.
And you have a choice whether you speak first or whether Ray speaks first for the district.
Which works out better for me.
It's like a tennis match. You won the toss.
You let him go first, you know what he's going to say. You be prepared.
I'll go first, that's fine.
Okay. So to start with, you have 5 minutes. You have more
Are
later.
we gonna do the easy one first, or
No, this is
we're
the
not
other
even doing that one?
We're set up on the Ocean Drive.
The Ocean Drive?
Yes, 117.
Okay. So first of all, I just reviewed the comp set that you sent me, and I was looking at the price per square foot on all the properties that you sent me. And you have mine valued at 541.
Are you okay with that? With the lights on?
Sure, $542 a square foot. And none of the other comps even come close to that. Looks like the highest one that I saw on your comp sheet was $378 per square foot. A low was $143 per square foot, and an average of $242 per square foot. I also had my real estate agent draw up some comps, and she tried to your comps were, I guess, from the neighborhood of Palm Harbor, Bahia Bay. You even had some there from City by the Sea, and which I wouldn't consider a comp would be like La Buena Vida, or comps in there too, which I don't think those should be comps to my property. And then I had a real estate agent, without even knowing I was coming to the appraisal board, just kind of look at maybe what she would list it for. So she ran some comps for bayfront homes with the same kind of view that I have, and that's what I included on the stick there for you. And she had a low price per square foot of $202.61, a high of $425.93, an average of $346 per square foot on the comps that I presented here, which would be maybe more similar in size and view than some of the ones you presented too. So I just kind of feel like my property is valued, excessively high for other properties similar to it.
What was the price of the square foot you presented? What price is that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You said that the average was so much per square foot.
Per square foot?
So
Sure,
that
so the average, mine is coming in at 542 per square foot.
No, I know.
Rounded.
What price does that equate to in terms of
Oh.
sale price or sales price?
559,000.
No, your average.
Your average.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
came
low,
up with your real
high.
estate agent.
Oh, the average, yes, okay. So that would be 10, and based on the average from the real estate agent at $346 a square foot, that would be $357,072.
That's what she was listed for?
Right, based on the average of the highs and lows. And her comps were from recently sold properties, including the one next door, which I think you have the one next door to me also on your comp set. So, my property was built in the 70s. It did have some updates after Hurricane Harvey, but it's the same footprint. I haven't added any square footage. It's a simple property. I even looked at, there were some comps that you sent that were just raw land, which I really don't think is the same because I'm not raw land, I've got a property on it that, but even if you just look at the land values for things that have sold in the last year, nothing comes close to what you've got my land valued at. Including the lot in La Buena Vida that's in your comp set.
Anything else?
That's pretty much all I have.
Okay, just about out of time. Okay, so Ray, you get then 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
All right, so to be, just to get specific here, those comps that are being referenced, those aren't comps, those are part of our sales ratio report. So the appraisal district, if we don't include sales for the area, we will normally get people unhappy with us, kind of saying, hey, we need the data. But then when we give them the data, they say, hey, these aren't comps. They're not. They're everything that's sold from Palm Harbor to La Buena Vida. That's what that sales ratio report is. The real estate agent is saying that you should sell your house on Ocean for $357, which I think is, I was kind of excited. I was thinking this is great, but that number is so low, it's hard for me to even, I can't imagine you selling that house for $357. Or if you had a real estate agent tell you, hey, you should sell this house, I think I can sell it for $357. If I own that house, I'm like, what are you talking about? The land is worth at least we have 400 on the land. Maybe it's not 400, but the land's worth 350 on Ocean. That's a prime spot in Aransas County. So it's kind of a bummer that she didn't say a different number. I'm frustrated with 350. That's $200,000 below our number, and it's such a low number. It makes me feel like if you listed it, you'd sell it. But the minute you listed it, someone would just buy it for $350. Because you can buy. People spend $350,000 on lots interior Palm Harbor. Not lot on real estate with a house and land. They're not even getting a view of the intercoastal waterway. I'm just struggling with that number, and then the real estate agent saying, well, the number's somewhere between 200 and something a square foot and 400 and something a square foot. That's such cute.
She ran a report for me.
I understand. It's just a bummer, that's where we're at in this conversation. It's like, it's just not helpful. It doesn't help us get to a value. And it's like a non-starter in conversation. We raised the value from Palm Harbor to La Buena. We raised it all. Palm Harbor we raised, Bahia Bay we raised, Ocean we raised, City by the Sea we raised. We may not have raised islands, but we raised La Buena Vida. So we raised everybody. You're caught up in a big raise. We raised just everybody's value through the roof, essentially. So we now have you at 559. If we do our comps, there's a sell on Ocean for 755. One of the things we're going to notice here is every comp we have is going to be larger than your house. This is a small home,
right?
Which I think is the biggest talking point. Like if I'm you, I'm looking at everybody saying, "This is 1,000 square feet, people. Like this is a small home, and it's even a small home in relationship. It's a small home in relationship to where it's at. There's not a lot of homes this small. There's a lot of homes this small at Peninsula Oaks or something like that, but there's not a lot of homes this small out here. The first comp you'll notice is almost twice as big. It's also 2 classes different for 755. We're having to have funny numbers here. We get to 597. Comp number 2 is on Port. It sold for 227. Again, it's interior canal lot, sold for 227, but you notice it's making large, it's even dry. That's a dry home sale on Port and sold for 227. We're having to adjust the land value by $360,000. It's crazy. $500,000 rendered value. Then the next one's on Windjammer. Again, it's almost twice as big. Comes out to 611. Every one of these. And then we comp Bay, City by the Sea, when you would think we shouldn't have comped City by the Sea. But if you look at our grid, if you remove the City by the Sea comp, then we're going to be saying this house is worth $597,000. We're going to even push the value up higher by including the City by the Sea comp. We're trying to we're trying to pull the value down because we're not liking that it's getting so high. So our sales comparison says 550. The best comp in here by size and class. This is kind of a lot of work, everybody. Like the best comp is comp 2, size and class. It's the worst land comp.
This is the one on Port Avenue?
It's the one on Port. It's a dry lot on Port, you know. Well, no, it's not easy to comp this house because of the size. Every comp we put, it's going to seem like we're doing the wrong thing. We're trying not to. It's just we're not allowed 1,000 square foot homes right here. So, anyways, our number, the median value is 550.
Is that it?
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
And I do understand it's a difficult property to assess, but we do have to take into consideration that it's not a blank slate of land that somebody can come put their mansion on, like further south on Ocean Drive, where you get a big piece of land and there's really big houses there. So if somebody wanted to buy my lot, if they thought it was valued at in the 400,000 range, they still have a house to deal with that they would have to tear down, you know, or add on to, or whatever that might be. I guess they would tear it down. So to me, that value should be taken off the value of the land if you're looking at what the land itself is valued at. So I think we have to take the square footage into consideration, the price per square foot. And, you know, at this 550, whatever we're at here, you know, that's per square foot. You know, I just think that's outrageous for that house. I don't see the comps that match that. Nothing is even close in the price per square foot range. So I think we have to look at that. It's a small house. I guess it's a great lot, but the house is there.
Anything else? Okay, you got 2 minutes then for.
So the 541 is a number that makes no sense when you talk about price per square foot of a house, 541. You guys have heard me get into this enough times about porches and all this stuff, and depreciation. I'm not going there. If you think about it like this, you take the number, the 559, you divide it by 1,032, you come up with this 541 number. The problem is the house is 1,000 square feet. That's the problem. If you take 559 and you divide it by this other, one of these other comps, then that number is going to, on the sales, you know, it's going to change. In 1996, so you divide 1996, that's all of a sudden 280. That's what I'm saying here. It's all wrapped up in the fact that there's a 1,000 square foot home on a very valuable piece of land. And it's complicated. So we arrive at this spot where what is this house worth? The appraisal district's proven 550. I'm telling you guys, I don't like some of these comps. There aren't any other ones. There's not anything else out there that you can comp this thing to. Everything's going to be way bigger. Chances are the person that buys this thing, if she sells it, doesn't tear it down. They VRBO it. they stay there when they want, and they make money on it when they can. It's an outstanding spot. My frustration is still coming out. Really desire to have a competitive number to sort of give us some reference. I think that it would have been great. So I think that's it.
All right, we'll go to closing. You got 1 minute. Any final thoughts?
Well, I think that the tax appraisals aren't they supposed to reflect what I can sell a property for? And I don't think I can sell this property for that amount of money. I sold a bayfront home in Pocono Ridge for $30,000 higher than that, and it was double the size. And it was it was a beautiful home inside. This is an old home. So I think you've got me valued almost as one of the highest properties in this area. Yes, it's a great piece of land, but I think you need to take some consideration to the home being on that land and somehow reduce the value of the land because that small home is on there. If you're looking at the land value. The comps that I presented, there's one on Water Street that's a small home on Water Street with the same kind of views that recently sold. And that one was in the 300,000 range. I don't have it in front of me right now.
Ray, you got a minute?
Yeah, I think she's right. It actually is very important that the number is what it would sell for. Nobody in here wants someone paying. The goal should be to pay the least amount of taxes you have to and still be accurate, not to pay more. That is important. So our value has something to do with that. I guess I do have a question. My question would be, what would you sell it for?
If I was going to work with my real estate agent, I would probably, look at these comps and pick, the kind of between the median and the high range, maybe an average of that per square foot.
Would you sell it for less than 500?
Yes.
And the board needs to make a decision on this. This is a decision for you guys.
Land is absolutely what it's just tax form.
Well, and I'd like to verify that though. I don't disagree with you, but I'd like to verify that.
There's two different sides to Ocean Drive, and no offense, but I live in a similar situation, and there's a Tony side of Ocean Drive, and then there's the side of Ocean Drive that was the original design and spirit of the neighborhood that it's in. It was originally a modest fishing home, shack, second home for, someone that just wants to come down, spend the weekend, have no headaches, maintenance, don't care about granite, don't care about all the neat, cool stuff. They just wanted a place to come down and fish. That's this end of Ocean Drive. So you kind of have to take that out of the equation, in my opinion.
Okay.
And I didn't see a land comp in here, just a land that was valued.
David, can we look at
in the 400,000 range?
say the land on either side of this property? I just want to be sure that it's equitable.
The land values of the neighbors?
Yeah, I mean, I know equity is not under protest here, but I just want to verify that it's.
So this is the neighbor 405, so subject to 402.
Okay.
Otherwise 328. Let's see, it's size 1.9. It's, they're all the same.
All the same price per square foot.
Yeah. There's a bulkhead value, $38 a foot. $38 a foot. 34 and I don't know, something weird going on here. But it ends up aggregating out to the same 1.4, 1.6.
1.6 and 1.673, 1.673, 1.67. Yeah, they're all just on the same land table. There's some size differences, that's about it.
But once again, that's,
It's the same area.
that's the district's opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I look at 1,000 square foot, if you just put the land off to the side for a moment. You look at 156,000 for the improvements for 1,000 square foot house, that seems reasonable. It's the land that seems so valuable, and I just want to make sure that really is correct.
I don't think it's 5.
So
I had a 450 figure in my head. And that may be
Just because I know that land out here is still, that Water Street and you, it's somebody's gonna come along, she's gonna be market and say, okay, house is going to keep it, we're gonna tear it down, put some new sugar. Not gonna mention some nice bigger house. I mean, the lot is accommodating a larger home, correct?
If the house wasn't there.
But as of January 1st, I assume this was a VRBO house.
Right.
It's a rental house. It's a
Worth
rental.
75. You're basically saying the house is worth 75,000. Half of what it's priced at.
You take some of that out of the.
Yeah, the land's not worth it. It's not worth $400,000.
And all around it is.
According to the district.
Yeah.
According to the district, not according to the market, but according to the district.
Well,
That is according.
With 2,000 to 3,000 square foot houses.
But you've got kind of a reverse economy of scale though here. Even the district can only approve 550.
Somewhere under 500,000.
Seems generous.
I go with the 550.
The 550 being the equity value of
Yeah.
sales now.
Yeah.
I'm closer to that number than I am, 475.
What?
How about 525?
495. I think 500. I think 500. That's a ridiculous number for this particular piece of property. The house next door, it's worth 750. If somebody paid it.
It's a bigger house.
But it's a monster. It's different. It's apples and oranges.
500 would put her house at 100. What's that?
What did you say?
Yeah.
Not really. Not really. I mean, somebody will tear it down.
You can't take it out of the land unless you change the land
but you guys can pick a number. And you guys pick a market value and it doesn't matter whether it comes out of the land or not. We'll go with that.
I understand,
But in principle.
In principle, that's what discussion is about. You change the land, you gotta change the land.
And the beauty of the district's situation is when they put $400,000 in land, it will never change, ever. The house will change because it depreciates. The land doesn't depreciate. No. So if you put more money into the land, then the land value is forever.
So the land is 402. Now what we're debating is what is the value now?
I see it as worth pretty much 150. You look at it that way, I'm with you, Charlie. It's 550,000 district lands on there.
Some of the big hills in it.
Built in the 1970s.
Some of the big hills in it, 490.
Okay. An interesting problem. We only have 4 people.
compromise at 525? Yeah.
What? All right, then go.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1722. When considering, or account number 14938, considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $559,010 down to $525,000.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Let the record show 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Hearing is closed. Okay, now open the hearing on case ID 2021-1723. This is the one where you want to take the improvements off, right?
Correct.
Hey, Dawn, just to make sure, the pier's not there, right?
No,
I haven't seen it, I'm just making sure. The pier's
there's not a pier, no.
There's probably a septic tank on there or something like that from an old house, maybe? But
If not one that I put in, there may have been something, there were some mobile homes on it
that's what it was
when
there.
I,
Then
when
yeah,
I
then
bought it. So there was probably something there, but I haven't.
Yeah, so yeah, the district
Verified
is good with, just removing those, it's $1,300 worth of stuff or something like that. It's not significant, but it's not a problem.
1,630 this year.
Yeah, that's what that adjustment, that's correct. Right, that's what the neighborhood, that's correct. Removing that guy, 150930 or, yeah, right, that's the one.
49,300.
Yeah.
Huh? You take the 1,630 off, it's just the value of the land.
Yeah,
That's all it is, is
15030.
150930.
Never mind. Yes, I took 1,600 off of that. Okay. All right. So if we're good with that, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1723, account number 15847, when considering protests at Q1, the forms at Q1, not that it matters here, market value. After removing the improvement values, I make a motion that the land value be $150,930.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're done.
That was working.
Right. I sold a couple of houses this year.
Yeah.
And I haven't ordered that one. No. Right.
So
My real estate agent thought it was really nice. I sold a couple of houses this year, so I seen that one. I don't know. I'm going to see.
you have to write to arbitrate.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm concerned about it.
if you need to get,
I'm always
I have a
concerned.
question to ask. You have one other person that's about to be heard through a phone affidavit, and then you have another one that's the question.
So I mean, I don't know.
You have two more affidavits on file. You have one person that's ready for you to call them,
Right.
and you have another person that's got an affidavit that's ready for you to call them. But there's a question, the second one, and I'd like to get the question answered. And I'd like for y'all to answer it, because I guess we should wait on Robert to make that decision. Or you could do the first affidavit, and then I could ask it after that. This next hearing.
That's okay. Just
Well, that was her average number.
So
I
what-
didn't know, whatever, that was the range, so. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Bye.
Good day.
Thank you too.
I'd like to get
Okay.
Okay, so what we have is we have an affidavit. We have a person out there, well, we don't have a person out there. We have a person on the that's ready for you to call them, so that's a different person. This is the second affidavit. This affidavit, we have an affidavit on file, but this person called and said, hey, listen, we'd like to come in. But when they called was at 3:30, was at 3:38. So I need the answer to that question. I told her I would ask, but it's your hearing, it's your procedures, okay? Secondly, the person that signed the affidavit is Mr. Picton, and I believe that she wants to talk. So you're gonna have to just make that clear when you call her. Because she has an affidavit, they have an affidavit on record right here, and they checked both in person and telephone. So since they weren't here in person, they could still do the telephone. And had they not called in, it would have just been read into the record.
Yeah.
So, okay, so when we get to that point, I just want to be clear that you tell her those things. Okay, sounds good. We'll get the next person ready, or Val's got the next case number for you.
Okay, this is case 1002.
Charlie, if you do that.
Yeah, there's no right. I'm sorry, 1712.
1712.
I was looking at the geographic number. 1712. Last name is Mayer, Mayer.
Page 6. Page 6. Last one. Okay.
This is an affidavit or a phone?
This is a phone hearing.
Wait.
They had phone checked, right?
Never met a happy couple.
Oh, great.
Because they're condo.
There's a
lesson there.
There's a man in town, Lake, his last name is Lake, and after the storm, he came in, and he had, after the hurricane, he had brain cancer. He had like the back of his head carved out, you know, where they did like just removed this big chunk. And he also owned 12 condos. So he had been a hurricane, he owned 12 sinking condos and was going through cancer. And you know, every one of those condos was like a battle, you know, just a struggle in his life. And it was just terrible. He had a good attitude. You know, he had bigger problems other than condos. But he just, some of them were
It's a dogfight.
yeah, I mean, you get 12 dog fights, you know, you get 12 things you're constantly dealing with assessments. I mean, right. One will like put you through the ringer, you know.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Brain cancer in the storm. It says 12 copies.
I remember he said on one of them was a place in Port Aransas that was real old. And in their bylaws, it said that if something happened, they had to rebuild. They didn't leave themselves the option to sell. They actually ruled that option out like 30 or 40 years ago. Well, since then, that land has appreciated to where it was worth a fortune. But they wouldn't nullify their bylaws. So they made the decision to rebuild, even though they could have just sold the land. Right. Poor guy was like, ah.
Crazy.
Make a good decision.
Yes. And this will be Don Mayer on the phone. And yes, Don Mayer, trustee. And he signed the affidavit.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. This is Don Mayer.
Mr. Mayor, this is Charlie Powers with the Appraisal Review Board.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you follow along with me, I'll have some questions for you at the end. First of all, we're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1712, account 25387. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1 and Q2.
Q1 and Q2. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. This is very important. Do we have all your evidence in the system?
Let's say yes.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Mr. Mayor, I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Right?
Oh, I read that you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the is true, correct?
Mr. Mayor, I'm obligated to ask you if you have an appraiser's license.
No, I'm a real estate agent, but I don't have an appraisal license.
Okay. Do you have available to you the hearing procedures times? It's a chart.
Schedule, yeah, I picked that up, yes.
Okay. That's how we'll manage the hearing. And if you would, choose whether you would go first or the appraisal district would go first.
Let's let the district go first.
Okay. Right.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
On one of the some of the paperwork you provided, you put an opinion of value of 234. You remember doing that?
Yes.
Is that still your opinion?
Well, I think it's close to that because the unit was not complete as of the date. What was the date of your value?
January 1.
January 1 of 21?
Yes.
Okay.
So
the unit was not complete at that time.
Yes, sir. So we noticed you at 284. And you're at 234. Can we arrive at 250 and just call it a day?
I think that's close enough. You know, again, the thing that concerns me is I don't know what the piers and all that costs. That's the only shortfall I have. So if you're saying 250 and they're 284, so we're 34,000 back. And what was my number again? I don't have that.
234. You had 234. 234. We noticed you at 284. There's still stuff going on. I'm saying 250. And all that does is it just makes it where we don't talk about a damaged condo for 30 minutes.
Can we make it 245 and I quit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's just do that. Again, I know you guys are doing the best you can, and I've had enough trouble with my builder. I want to move on.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
We
all right.
understand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right,
Hold on, we'll close this out.
I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1712, account number 25387. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $284,400 down to $245,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Well, that's the way I like to move forward, so thank you, everyone.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all we got?
Yes,
That's
sir.
all we got.
Okay, will I get a letter or something?
Yes, you'll get a document in mail, and it'll tell you, it'll have the new value, and it will give you instructions on how you can proceed if you wanted to appeal that.
I don't want to appeal, I'm good with that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thank you, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
So we have Ms. Picton.
Yes. And that is case 1541.
Yep.
I'll start with the process. It's just the phone law. They already.
Okay.
Okay, so are we calling Ms. Picton
You're
to
calling
begin
Ms.
with?
You're calling Ms. Picton.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say who I am,
All right.
and I say that I asked the question, and then I'll turn it over to Charlie, and then we'll start to proceed.
And this is all the cheat that he signed the.
He signed the affidavit.
He did.
Yeah, but more about that they called in late.
What?
More about that they called in late.
Oh, sorry.
This is Mike Soto. Ms. Picton?
I'm Molly.
Hello, Ms. Picton. Hey, I wanted to let you know that you're on speaker with the ARB, and I wanted to let you know that I did ask, like I said that I would, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Charlie. He's the chairman of the board, and he'll let you know how the hearing is going to proceed. Okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Picton.
Hey, Charlie, give me 1 second so I can leave this room. Hold on. Charlie, get the water up over there. Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. Honey? Please. I'm sorry, Charlie. Charlie, this Charlie too. My husband? Okay, what do we need to do, Charlie?
Well, first of all, as we go through the hearing, you can't speak because you didn't sign the affidavit.
Okay, Charlie's here.
Charlie's
Charlie
here.
sign?
Charlie signed the affidavit, right?
Yes.
Okay, so,
I'm here.
so Charlie, you get to speak.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Charlie also.
Charlie.
We got our
What's
Charlies
your
all mixed up.
Charlie.
Okay, so Charlie, you can speak. Ms. Beckton, you can whisper in his ear, but you can't speak.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we have some administrivia to go through before we get down to the meat of the matter.
Yeah.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1541, account 32755.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This hearing is being recorded. What do we got?
Q1 and Q, I don't even know it's refreshing. Q2 only.
Q2 only?
Yes, Q2 only.
Okay. You checked the box for equity only. Just want to confirm with you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that's what we can act on. Can't act on anything else. Okay? We're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence? Charlie?
Yes.
Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm it. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Charles?
Yes.
I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. You understand?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I, Ray Preston, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal or review board is true and correct.
The governor wants me to ask you if you have if you're a licensed appraiser, Charles.
No.
Okay. Would you happen to have the hearing procedure times chart in front of you? You know what I'm referring to? It's got times for each portion of the hearing.
I've got a bunch of paperwork here. I guess I do have it.
Well, we'll walk you through it. We have a way of keeping time here, so we'll walk you through it. Not a problem that you don't have it. The thing you get to decide though is, do you go first or does the appraisal district go first?
I guess the appraisal district goes first.
It's up to you. That's fine. He can go first, right?
Okay.
I'll go first. I'll go first.
Okay.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes to state your case.
Well, my taxes increased 30% over last year. And every other property in my neighborhood, they've only increased from 5%, 6.25%, 11% on Water Street. And that house is on the water. And mine's not on the water. I'm set back. I've got a 4-lane highway out in front of my house. And I just want to know why they increased my tax to 30% over the years, where as everybody else, you only get 5%, 6.25%, and 11% at the most. Had a lot of water damage and everything else that fell from the rain. And I just want to protest my taxes. I think they're a little bit too high.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, we got a lot of bums walking around here too. Crackheads and everything else. Just call the police on them and they wind up over here at the Thompson Rose Park in front of my house, which was given to Aransas, Rockport, my great grandfather back in the early years there. Now I'm just upset over this 30% increase as compared to other properties in the years. That's my case.
Okay. Do you have anything else? You have some time left.
And I still haven't recovered from Harvey, you know. It's an old house, over 100 years old, a lot of upkeep. a lot of expenditures and everything. I'm retired. And, now, after the flood, we've got water we have to contend with. So, yeah, I'm just upset over this 30% increase year after year. That's all I have to say.
Okay. You'll have more time to talk later.
Okay.
Okay, Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Mr. Picton, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion of value other than that we're too high? I mean, do you have your own opinion?
No, I'm not. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. We increased the neighborhood. We raised the value in the neighborhood you're in Old Rockport. We raised the whole thing, and then in addition to that, we added effective years to your house, meaning we pushed back against your natural depreciation. So what we did was we changed the effective year to your house to 1995. So what that does is that calculates its depreciation off of 1995. That's where the depreciation calculates off of. That's the change we made, and we made that by visual inspection, just by driving by, looking at the house. There was a pool added, just that kind of stuff. So that's what we did. That's what we did to your house. That's what accounts for the change in value.
The pool accounts for 30% increase?
No, I'm not sure the pool value. No, the 30% increase comes from us raising your neighborhood value, and then from us changing the effective age of your home. Those two things combined on a 5,000 square foot home raises the value. I'm not sure what it was last year. It was 773. So we went from 773 to $1 million. And when we run it through an equity grid, we find out that the appraisal district should have noticed you at 910,000, meaning we're about $100,000 high using our own data for houses similar to yours in size and class. We're $100,000 high. We would want the review board to change the value to 910, which is still, $140,000. Is that right? $140,000 over the previous year. It's our opinion that the house is worth more than 775.
Not with all the damage I've got.
Yeah, that's why we're here, Mr. Picton. I'm just trying to give you as much information as I can as to why things change, what we're doing, and what our data says. So our data says 910. I'll stop talking and we'll move on with the hearing.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Picton, you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So if you want to continue telling us information, or asking Ray questions, you could do that.
Well, my house is over 100 years old, and I just can't get over the 30% increase, whereas everybody else is on the head 6.5%, 5%, 11% increases in our properties. 11% is the highest on Water Street, and that's a fairly new house, I think. That's all I got to say.
Okay. He has time left, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Picton.
Yes.
You casually mentioned some things that were not complete as a result of Harvey. What are those things?
Water leaks, we're trying to find a water leak.
Water leaks,
We got doors that are warped and water getting in the house,
we've got water pouring right now when it rains.
stuff like that, just,
Major, nobody's gonna find.
I don't think this house would sell for that much right now. We sent pictures and everything.
So it sounds like the roof had damage after Harvey and it's never been fixed.
No, we had a roof put on after Harvey, and they did such a lousy job, they had to peel it off and redo it over again.
Leaking out?
Not now, but we have a balcony that's leaking into the main section of the house, and we're having problems with it. As far as the roof, I think we fixed the roof.
But we have to repair the damage. We have to repair all the damage. We didn't have insurance, we don't have the money.
We didn't have insurance for Harvey.
And the city's not following us. But somebody died.
Charles, I'm looking at your pictures, but I can't quite figure out what they are. Haven't fixed.
Yeah.
Don't have dollars. Ceiling damage. RV roof. So is this damage that hasn't been repaired yet?
Not all of it, we're working on it.
I wish I could move in, move train.
What am I looking at where it says kitchen water damage?
That's over in the corner of my kitchen where the balcony comes out from the house. It's leaking in that area where the balcony joins the house. On the side of the house where the bank is over there.
Okay.
And after this rain we had the other day, we had quite a bit of water coming in up there. I'm trying to find the leak back out. I'm having to tear a bunch of sheetrock out of a room below that. So I can find the leak or find where the water's coming in. Like I said, it's an old house, it's over 100 years old. You know?
Right. No. Yeah. Okay, Ray. Ray, you've got 2 minutes for district rebuttal. If you want them or need them.
Evan, will you pull the picto up on this house, please? Mr. Picton?
Yes.
The pictures that you sent, would it be accurate to say of all the pictures that you sent on January the 1st of this year, that was the condition of the home? None of those pictures are from previous years, right?
No.
They're all pretty current, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you've got some balcony stuff and it sounds like most of your problems are associated with water leaks.
Water coming in where the balcony going from the main part of the house in that area.
Okay.
Across the balcony.
Okay.
And we really didn't see how bad it was until this recent storm we had, this recent rain. I mean, gosh, can't get over how much rain we had.
Eamon, will you Will you do the double view and do the previous year? This one? Yeah, that's fine.
I think that this house is so old, that the mortar on the brick, I think water gets through the mortar and comes into the house.
That's the previous year.
Especially on the south side of the house when you have a wind and a driving rain. I think it flows that moisture out of the water inside the water. It gets into the house.
Okay.
I mean, that brick's been there since 1935. My grandfather bricked it back then.
It is an old home, I agree. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Picton, you have 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts you want to tell us?
Yeah, I'm over 70 years old. I'd appreciate if you'd lower my taxes. I just can't understand a 30% increase in my taxes. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Ray, you got a minute?
9:10.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. That's almost a 10% increase in this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So 9, 10, 50.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion on case ID 2021-1541, account number 32755. When considering Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value of the home or the property, I move that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $1,004,570 down to $910,850.
Second.
In favor? Aye. Okay, Mr. Picton?
Yes.
That's your new number.
Yes. How do I protest that?
What is the percentage?
Okay,
What percent?
I don't know what percentage it is. You'll have instructions when you get the document about this meeting, you will have instructions as to how to appeal.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
And I don't think we could do that.
Oh, what, now we got to appeal?
No, he lowered it.
Yeah. How do we appeal that?
100,000.
Yeah.
But if
It's awkward.
You're in this.
It's awesome. And that's not who I talked to before. It must be the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My reference, all over with. Okay. That's it for today.
Fine.
Easy day, huh? We'll start tomorrow morning at 8:30. And it is an all-day, one-agent day tomorrow.
Who is it?
O'Connor.
Oh, wow.
They'll be here.
Amen. Don't be late.
Yeah.
Okay.
For real. Sooner we get started, the better.
Right. Thank
So
y'all
that's,
so much.
That's like 20 accounts, 30 accounts,
40
40 accounts.
And,
per document.
and they just indicated that they're doing the affidavit, do not intend to appear. Are they calling in?
It says on the thing, do not intend to appear here. So, no.
For O'Connor?
I'm aware.
That's what he said.
Really?
Wow.
He just sent them in. Val just checked.
I mean, I haven't looked at all the affidavits. I'm assuming all of them are checked the same, but I guess some could say phone, on it. We'll just have to see.
So it'll be a situation where,
Just the book, okay.
where we,
Here to
one person will read the affidavit and the other person will defend it, just so, because it's gonna be a lot.
I can do it.
Okay,
I'm gonna do it.
I'll let you.
Day off.
I got stuff.
Well, I can make a motion.
Free day.
Just leave it there, we'll take
All
care
right,
of it.
we'll see you when you get here tomorrow then.
It's been a rough couple of days. Thank you, everybody. Thank you again. We'll see you later, Charlie.
Yeah.
Meeting adjourned.
Yeah. Did they adjourn it? Did they adjourn the meeting? Hey, Charlie, you want to adjourn this meeting? Just say it to the camera.
We are adjourned.
No, you have to go out this way.
Have a good evening, Charlie.
Yeah.